السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه من يهد الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل له فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. ربي زدني علما. آمين.
Amen.
All right. That's a lovely introduction to our brother Yamni's product, Rihatul Arab. I would recommend everybody has a check on the website. I'm actually going to put up the link immediately because we're actually a bit late. We don't have much of a presentation, just a few minutes of discussion that Brother Islam and I would have. And then we'll ask the people to come up. And yes, we are delayed, but we were having some trouble. It was my computer, unfortunately, which was giving me a few troubles. But alhamdulillah, it's sorted out right now. So we can proceed. All right. And let's make sure we have the link up. Okay, and it will be pinned. Okay, so we've had, I think, Brother Islam, one of the most commonly cited argument for the existence of God is the contingency argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the cosmological arguments. Can we just talk a bit about what are cosmological arguments? What's that family, right? And why are they considered as cosmological arguments? And then basically, when we get to this contingency argument itself, what's so, first of all, how would you formulate it? What do you think are its strengths and weaknesses? And then basically anything you want to add after that.
Okay. So first thing I'd say is that any breakdown and definition of what cosmological arguments are is not going to be universal. You'll always find some group who's going to disagree slightly. The cosmos should include everything, which we would identify as all of creation as Muslims. And that's distinct from the concept of the universe as applied in physics, which is the observable universe. There could be more universe beyond what we can observe. There could be other universes. And also distinct from universe as used in the context of mathematics, which includes all sorts of abstract objects that don't have ontological reality to them. So the cosmological argument or cosmological arguments tend to, or I would say they're defined by looking at all that exists in its totality and for one reason or another saying, therefore God exists, or some other branch of reasons. Now, some may disagree because, for example, then the argument from design, does that count as a cosmological argument or not? I think for me, it depends on how the argument is made. Some people use it in a very narrow sense to mean specifically the generation of what we identify as life on Earth, in which case it wouldn't properly fall under cosmological arguments. But that same kind of line of thinking around complexity and so on applies to the universe as a whole. There's for example, the if you look at the universe, the fine-tuning argument relies on looking at the universe as a whole. I think that would fall under cosmological arguments. And then when we talk about these arguments from contingency, they're really all inherited from the Kalam arguments. And what's often sort of a little bit misunderstood is that the Western philosophers typically engage with variants of the Craig cosmological argument. So William Lane Craig's reinvigoration shall we say, of these ideas and his interpretation of them. But he labeled it the Kalam cosmological arguments, but we don't actually have Kalam's original works. We only have sight of his arguments through the commentaries on them by others. And one of the most famous and I think insightful and lucid ones is from Imam al-Ghazali, who I would say corrected Kalam's arguments into a much more solid form. And if you read his book on the confusion of the philosophers, quite a lot of that goes into depth around the various different approaches for whether or not the universe could be infinite. And also, crucially, al-Ghazali refutes the idea that the universe must follow from the necessary being, because for him it's essential that Allah has the choice whether to create it or not. And for me, that's very interesting because it relates to a modal contradiction and the resolution of that contradiction, which for me I think is the best argument for why this necessary entity also needs agency. Are you there, Faisal? Okay, so I'll monologue a bit more. What's my favorite formation of the argument from contingency? So first of all, I would differentiate when probably Kalam would have used the word sabab to mean what we call cause, but really that sort of combines the idea of cause and reason for something. Now, this is interesting because in physics we have reasons for things such as in order to maximize the entropy, in order to conserve momentum and such like. There's a lot of sort of hidden teleological clauses or sort of setups in physics which aren't strictly causal in the sense of cause leads to effect, but they are causal in the sense of reason for something. In fact, the famous black body radiation that gave rise to or sparked quantum theory in many ways is an interesting case example of this, but I won't go into it without Faisal here to check me on going too technical. So I would say, first of all, you've got this idea of reason for something, but again, this concept isn't just sort of an arbitrary explanation. What it really encodes is that there is something that gives rise to, or including sustaining the existence of, something that currently exists. And so really, I think dependency is probably the clearest form of it, although contingency is slightly more technically flexible. But if you think of everything depends upon other things to exist, there's the obvious things like, you know, my being alive depends on my access to oxygen, as an example. But also there's deeper dependency. So, you know, for example, if there was no space in which for me to exist, then I as me couldn't exist as I am. One example given by Alex O'Connor of something that is like dependency but is more pure contingency is, for example, sitting in this chair. Well, the chair is itself only able to, you know, I'm able to sit in the chair because the chair is sitting on the earth and the earth is held in space, and so on and so forth. And however you go down that chain can't go on infinitely. And this is a subtlety that's often missed with people where they talk about the causal chains and they say, well, can't a causal, they think of it temporally and they think, oh, in terms of time, can't it always just keep going back and back and back? Well, that's arguable. I think it doesn't make sense to have an infinite temporal causality that comes to an actual state now. But I do concede that mathematically that is constructible. But I don't think that maths matches up with a plausible ontological reality. But I don't think it's possible to have a cogent or rational breakdown of the world in which there's an infinite regress of contingency or dependency in the sense I was talking about before. My chair and the earth and so on, that couldn't continue forever, because at some point you have a root of all things. You're back.
Yep, I'm back.
Excellent.
Sorry, I had a call that I couldn't ignore. Okay.
So basically, I ran through things somewhat. I didn't want to get too technical or end up monologuing too much. I covered contingency versus dependency versus causal chains, and why I think in some senses contingency is sort of easier in terms of analytical philosophy, I guess, but dependency is generally easier to discuss with someone. And as long as they get the notion of depending on something else to exist, and they understand that that's including the idea of sustained existence, then it should be understood. And the only thing I was going to sort of caveat that with is some people are unaware how much they take for granted. And so they think
take for granted.
Well, so there's material things that exist. They say, well, it's not contingent on anything. What's a rock contingent on? But in fact, it is obviously contingent on, for example, the space time it's in, on the existence of the energy that makes up its bonds in itself, on the laws. If you take the view that laws give rise to structure and so on. But again, a lot of this ends up contacting with people's various different notions of the relationship between physical laws and the ordered reality we see around us. A lot of people do, a lot of people believe that the laws are somehow foundationally etched into reality. Whereas, some people think that they're more what emerges when we, with our brains, look at reality and find patterns. And then, of course, there's the Islamic view, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala manages it in order, and therefore there is the appearance of laws because of the regularity and consistency, and we're granted some knowledge of them by His permission.
Yeah, and I just got a quick message. It is Tuesday in Canada and in the UK, right? I know for some people it's Wednesday already now, but yes, we are on the Tuesday. We're live on Tuesdays for this AT stream. Next week we won't be there. Let's give ourselves some time, a breather for from the AT stream, but we will be having a stream for the Tanakh stream. Will be happening on at 4:30 next week on Tuesday. So, but we will continue the week after that. It would also give Brother Islam some time to breathe, because this has become like every week, and the other streams that are happening. But inshallah, that's make sense of it. Now, one thing I want to ask you, which is, it's always been interesting to me, is that this idea of contingency, causal link, modal logic, dependency, right? They're not the same thing. They're not exactly the same thing. We're not talking about exactly the same thing, but they're similar enough that the argument works with each and every one of these ideas when you put them together.
Yeah, I think the underlying one is really the modal structure. If you were to write these out in terms of your modal symbols, all you'll see is boxes and diamonds next to brackets, and P implies Q. And
can we talk about the boxes and diamonds, because you've talked about this before? And it may be interesting for our audiences to know when you speak of boxes, diamonds, what it actually entails, right? And what modal logic is basically. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I'll try and give. I mean, really, I need sort of a a whiteboard and a proper presentation to go through it without without missing any details. But I'll try and give a high level kind of view. What you essentially have is the box means necessary, and the diamond means possibly. When you do normal classical logic without the modal bit, so normal classical logic is just, let's assume we're familiar with that for now, which is where P implies Q. You can have not P, you know, and you can construct various different chains of related logic with ands, ors, nots, and so on, right? In the concept of modal logic, one way of talking about it, and it's not the unique way of talking about it, is in terms of possible worlds. And in that sense, you can say that normal classical logic applies to this possible world, and modal logic is used to discuss other possible worlds. And so the box operator means necessary, which means this is always going to be true in all possible worlds. Whereas the diamond operator means possibly. So it means it's not necessary, but it's possible that P is true, or it's possible that P implies Q. So if I say possible P implies Q, it means P can imply Q, but it's not necessary that given P you'll always have Q.
Okay, so if I want to use an example to explain this, let me try and do that and tell me if I'm getting this right. So if P is me flipping a coin, right? And Q is the outcome of heads, right? So P implies Q as a possibility, not as a necessity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you can.
So I would say P and use the diamond as an explanation. Let's say my existence is a coin flipper. At all times I'm flipping coins. That's what I do, right? So I am by necessity flipping a coin. All right? Because that's by definition what I am. I'm not talking about myself, but essentially a coin flipper by definition would be flipping a coin. That's by necessity what a coin flipper would be. Right?
You can. It's just it's a little bit itchy, just because coin flopping is discrete events rather than something you're continuously doing. But we can run with it.
Yeah, and then the outcome that we're talking about, it could be heads, tails, in the middle, right? Those are the three outcomes. Let's say there's no other possible outcome, right? So the possibility of an outcome of a head coming with the coin coming with the head side up, right? It will be shown with a diamond to show that that's one of the possibilities, one of the outcomes that can happen. Now, on the converse side, if I say, well, actually, let me think. If I have, how would you give an example of something which is it shows a necessary link? Let's say you have.
So you could say necessarily it is heads or tails.
Okay. Yes.
Or necessary heads, tails are on the edge.
On the edge, yeah.
But then you see, this pulls out an important point actually, because there is always an implicit scope. So in the scope of discussion we have, we might think of different possible worlds, but what are we changing? We could be, a lot of people thinking, okay, possible world where I exist, where I don't exist, and so on. But you can conjure a possible world where there's no gravity and the coin never lands.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
And so under the scope of the possible world where you're talking about a coin that flips and lands, then necessarily it ends up with one of those values. But if you have a broader scope of what possible worlds are, then it doesn't necessarily end up with one of those values. It's possible for it to. So it's a bit delicate in that you really have to be clear about what you're including in terms of normal definitions of normal reality. What is the set of possible worlds? And usually what you do is either the very impractical top down, where you specify from first principles what is possible, or more normally you take this world and then you allow certain things to vary or change.
Okay, that's interesting, because yes, in if I was to flip a coin in space where there is no gravity, right, the coin would just keep going and it would never land. So we're looking at a completely different outcome now. So defining the possible world and defining that is also part of this. Now, this is where I think it's interesting. And the intent behind modal logic, is it to allow us to map these out in a functional way that we can actually revisit?
Let's say a triangle. A triangle will have 3 vertices or 3 sides or 3 points in every possible world. And so if you are deducing something that depends only upon that fact and only relates to triangles, then you're going to have necessary square operators. But if you're deducing something, about if you're deducing something that's not built into the very definition of it, or that's when you have this sort of a possibly thing. And I think this sort of cuts to the heart of why I said modal operators are more general and you don't have to think of them in terms of many possible worlds, is because they also apply in the case of necessary and contingent, and you don't have to think of other possible worlds where a contingent thing does or doesn't exist. You can just apply the operators straight and say, diamond essentially ends up encapsulating a dependency, if that makes sense. Meaning it's something that could be or could not be, meaning that whether or not it needs to be attached to a sustainer. And again, you can think of it in terms of possible worlds. You just don't have to.
Yeah, I was just looking at what Wikipedia has. That's interesting. If somebody wants to go in, take a deeper look into what this is, start with Wikipedia and then start.
1 second on that. I'll just sources. I'll go grab a book I recommend. Hang on 1 second.
Okay. Okay, and the link has been pinned. If anybody wants to jump on, you're welcome.
So this is Non-Classical Logic by Priest, or an introduction to non-classical logic. In there, he starts with going through classical logic and tableaus, and then the modal logic, and gives this kind of breakdown because it's needed for the development of non-classical logics, including our favorite friend, paraconsistent logics.
Yeah.
So I would say, this book, it's not too thick, 200 something pages. Was it 215 pages or so? 220. And
what was the name again?
An Introduction to Non-Classical Logic by Graham Priest.
An intro.
It's one of the fairly standard reference works in the field. It's the better of them that I've seen, and just because it's quite a compact size, it's quite a good introduction.
Yeah.
And this thing about paraconsistent logics, I think it's important because it widens the scope of ability to connect with the way people really use reasoning tools in real life. Because in
But
real life, when
that-
you have these discussions, you do identify and need to be able to work with contradictions. That
yeah.
doesn't mean you accept them as being ontologically true, but the ability to handle contradictions in a rational way makes all the difference when you're trying to build a bridge between two different perspectives.
But paraconsistent logic doesn't prove the Trinity, as was being posited when we had that discussion, right?
No, but it allows you to express the Trinity somewhat.
Okay.
Yes, because
But
it's
that's
more,
basically it.
it's a more expressive language. But all of these symbolic logic doesn't really, I mean, it doesn't prove anything on its own. It's a language of expressing precise systems of related thoughts. Proof is relative to the axioms that you accept. So if you accept these premises and you accept the structure of the logic, then you should accept the conclusion. But the premises of the Trinity are the conclusion.
Exactly. I mean, that's
so that means all you can do with regards to logic is just express it more clearly. And for me, when you do that, you clearly express a polytheistic belief system, and that's I don't think you'd be able to. It would be interesting to see someone try and use paraconsistent logic to prove that Trinity is monotheism. That would that would at least be easier to analyze and to talk about specifically where the problems come in than the general conversations we have.
Okay. Now,
but there's an open challenge to any Trinitarians. Bring me a paraconsistent logical proof that Trinity is monotheism, can be thought of as monotheism.
See, the problem that they come up with is if they can show that 3 is equal to 1, and we can even grant them that, right? Then if 3 is equal to 1 for the personages, then how are you counting the beings, right? Because they are being inconsistent in counting for both of those. So whichever one you decide, then you have to stick with that for the other one as well.
Well, I think, this often needs to be pulled apart, because what tends to happen is...
And I don't want to go into that, Brother Islam, because we'll leave that for...
fair enough. Yeah.
But the reason why I was bringing it up is how you can use other forms of logic, not the classical one, but the other forms of logic, to justify a specific way of thinking, which might not necessarily be consistent with the reality that we're in, right?
Yeah, so even when you build something with paraconsistent logic, you're still going to have this the same laws of logic apply.
Yes.
In the sense that you're not going to have one possible world which has different logic from another possible world, because then you can't actually use this whole framework in the first place. You'd have to kind of nest or embed them, and it becomes very messy. But hey, even if they can do that, if they do, some nested embedded, so there's one possible world in which the overall logic is consistent, but they've created another logic underneath, whatever, even so, the problem then comes where terms like being, entity, essence, person, identity, if these start being used in consistency, then they start to lose meaning at all. And if you can't use them consistently, then it raises a deep question about what language of communication is even about. What are you doing?
Yeah. So let's we're still waiting for our first guest. The stream is for atheists, so if you're Muslim, we won't be you would maybe we'll have a conversation if nobody else is around, but
yeah, I mean, if you're a Muslim and you have a question about a common atheist argument that comes to you, or that sort of thing, or you want to discuss or something related to atheism, that's acceptable. But we will prioritize atheists and agnostics.
Exactly. One other thing. Now, I want to ask you, of the different ways in which the contingency argument can be formulated, what is your best, or the one that you find the most, um, the one that you find has the least flaws in it?
Right. So for me, if I go back to the way I sort of broke them down, I prefer the dependency / contingency, where in order to continue to exist, it has to be sustained. So not just a sort of causal created thing, but it has to be its continued existence is contingent on X, Y, Z. And for me, then you have a chain of contingent things which needs to be terminated. So there needs to be a necessary being.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I like is, well, if necessary being B necessarily, sorry, if B implies C, where B is the being and C is creation, and you say necessary B, well, then that implies necessary C, which means creation was necessary. Oh, but hang on a minute. We said creation was contingent, not necessary. Yeah. And so you've got a contradiction between the fact that you build up from contingencies and then you appear to have necessaries. And for me, that's it's often raised as a counter argument, but for me, it's a beautiful example of why we say that this necessary being has to have agency, where agency is intention to act and capacity to act, because that means that the creation C is contingent, but the necessary being is necessary, and as long as it has agency, it can choose or not to choose, and that's why the creation becomes contingent, and then you have no contradictions.
Okay, so do we just take and start writing it down for our audiences so they can use this? Let me actually bring this up. Okay. Okay, and let me share screens, and then we can try and build this argument from the ground up. Okay, premise. Oh, wait. Premise 1. Right.
Yeah.
Do we start with
we
contingency?
can see if we can fit it in a syllogism, but I don't usually think of axiomatic logic as syllogistic.
Beings
it's more general.
exist.
Yeah.
Premise 2 will be
that which a contingent being depends upon, it must exist if a contingent being exists.
okay.
Premise 3.
That which contingent being depends upon may be contingent or necessary.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, then if, okay, premise 4, if let's see, if that which is dependent upon is contingent, then I know we're putting it together in a different way.
Yeah, that's all right. We can see how it works.
Must
see if we can fix it.
Depend upon another being that is contingent or necessary. Premise 4. If we take all contingent existences, they must, as a set of contingent, they must depend upon another being for their existence.
Yeah, so premise 4 is going to be the main one that will get challenged, and we can try and deal with that in
This cannot be
prior
contingent
premises.
and must be necessary, right? Premise 4, does that make sense?
I mean, it's not quite a premise because it's got you would need to break this apart. The only thing is, people can claim that the set of contingent things as a whole then becomes sort of as a whole is self-sufficient. So they say, yeah, each part depends on each other parts, but the whole just is. And so they either what they're saying there is that the container, the set itself is necessary.
So here's the reason why it doesn't make sense to me.
Hang on. So either they say that the if you like the set itself is necessary, or they just say it's a brute contingency. And this is the problem with putting it in a syllogistic form, is because it will always leave open them saying, you know what, brute contingency. And that's just, as long as people can just make axiomatic claims, that's always possible.
Yeah, but then they're not basing it off any logic. They're basing it off they're using an axiom to get out of that.
It's and it's not just any old axiom. It's the last resort. It's the lowest form of wit, if you like, in the philosophical circles. So, you know, if you have to resort to one, really that should be considered to be a weakness or a flaw in your position, but you can use it to patch things up. Whereas at least if something is necessary and you've explained why it's necessary, then it becomes its own reason. Which is, you know, William Lane Craig hates that. There was a discussion between him and Oppie regarding, who was it? It was regarding a paper on the unreasonable effectiveness of maths. And I don't want to get the name wrong of the person who wrote it. He's really famous, begins with a W. I have different physicist names begin with W going around in my head. But he wrote this famous paper on the unreasonable effectiveness of maths, and I remember a sort of debate discussion between them, and Lane Craig was just, you know, shocked that Oppie said, well, hey, you know, it's necessary. That's what explains it. and Lane Craig's like, what? That's it? There's no explanatory depth to that. And whether or not there is explanatory depth really depends on why and how this necessary thing is necessary, and you know, what's the underlying philosophy or theology for it. Because I think, you know, Allah as a necessary being has a huge amount of explanatory depth, and must be as he is, but we never would have figured that out on our own. You know, so it does come with an axiom that then sits in and makes sense. But I'm okay with that.
By the way, brother Judas, Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum.
I think you can object to the second premise 4 by just saying that it's a circular argument. You ask if one thing explains the other and the same thing is explained by the other thing, then there's no real explanation. You just pose brute facts, man.
What, premise 2?
No, the second premise 4, because there's 2 premise 4s.
Oh, the second premise 4. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I actually should be 5 and then 6. Okay. Premise 4, if you take all
premise 5, yeah.
So you're explaining 5 as?
Yeah, I mean, I would even split that up into a definition and say
wait.
that the set of all contingent existences, and then call it something, and then you can make an argument, or you can put in a premise whether you regard that to be necessary or a brute contingency.
Wait, I think there's someone in chat who maybe wants to get on stage.
They can come up.
But yeah, I don't agree with premise 5 either.
You don't agree with premise 5?
No.
How would you put it then?
Let's walk through it. If we take all contingent existences as a set, okay, so with everything that depends on something as a set of all things that depend on things, does that set contain itself? It's the classic Russell paradox. And
does that set contain itself? Sorry. Yeah. So can you say that again?
Take all contingent existences as a set. So the set contains all things such that being contingent is true.
Yeah.
Right. The Russell paradox is, if I define the set of all sets, does that set contain itself? Because it's supposed to be a container that contains all possible sets, but it itself is a set. So can it be contained inside itself?
Okay.
Like
so
that's the paradox, and this reminds me of this paradox because if you define all contingencies exist as a set, okay, the set of contingent existences must depend upon another being for their existence. We don't need to add that because we've already got that from the previous premise or definitions, and then you've just got a claim that says this cannot be contingent and must be necessary. Well, that's really a non sequitur claim from what happens before, because the only way you can say that necessarily that it must follow that the set is necessary is if the contingent existences it contains encompasses all things that could exist. That would mean that the whole set could not be any other way, and that would mean it's necessary. But if there's different ways of having contingent things in it, then the set as a whole.
Then even if it is, we get. Sorry.
Judith, was that similar to your objection, or you had a different objection?
No, I was talking about codependencies. If you're saying the one contingent thing is contingent upon contingent 2, but contingent 2 is contingent upon contingent 1, you know?
Yeah.
Basically, in the entire web of contingency. No, it isn't possible. It's basically the same as posing a brute fact.
Yeah. So C1 depends on C2, and C2 depends on C1. So you say they're mutually dependent on each other. It's the simplest case of a giant interconnected mesh, basically, which is what the naturalists usually think of as the causal net.
The problem with that for me is that it's a chicken and the egg type of thing that you're talking about. But when you talk about causing something to come into existence, right? You cannot go ahead and use this as an explanation. It's okay if they're codependent after they've come into existence, or one of them have come into existence, right? But if the first one does not exist, how can it cause contingency 2 to come into existence when contingency 1 doesn't exist initially?
Well, we would need to be, because we've used a contingent rather than specifically causal creation.
No, that's true. But it's actually, for me, the way this argument itself, it is being uncharitable to the intent behind the use of the terms, right? Because yes, you can come up with some sort of tricky technicality like this, right? That it's codependent, C1 depends on 2 and 2 depends on 1. But for both of them to come into existence, one of them must come into existence before the other one. Let's say we can even establish
they both come into existence together.
how.
Well, the
question
same
now,
way as
right?
you say one comes into existence, you would just deal with it the same way. You can even
but
deal
that-
with it and say, you know what, it's a yin yang, it's one thing, and you just perceive it in two parts, and that's what makes you think one
Yeah,
depends on
but
the other.
that's actually taking it out of the paradigm of what is real, right? What you can ontologically verify, right? That because everything that exists, that we know that exists, right, today, we cannot go ahead and say that for each and every one of them. For me, the chicken and the egg is a perfect example of this. Yes, the egg comes from a chicken and the chicken comes from the egg, right? But there must have been a start where both of them need to have come from something.
Well, I mean, in the chicken and egg, it can just be a case of an arbitrary point of definition. You say, the glib answer is to say eggs obviously came first because dinosaurs had eggs, right? Okay. And then you go, oh no, I meant chicken egg, which came first, the chicken egg or the chicken? So, okay. Now we've got a different question. How do we analyze that? What defines a chicken egg? If a chicken egg is something that is laid by a chicken, then the chicken came first. If a chicken egg is something that gives rise to a chicken, then the egg came first. It's a matter of definition, you see.
Yeah.
So, and in a similar way here, when you're talking about, some codependency of contingent things, really that's just one thing that's been cut up into two parts.
Yeah.
Because if both must exist, then you don't have a notion of one existing independently of the other. So that's why one coming first and the other doesn't work, but that's not the premise. If two things come together and they're both codependent on each other, it's just a reformulation or finer grained description of one thing. Because remember, what we're doing is trying to tackle, like, we do have to tackle the pathological cases. Because what you said about if we look around us and we see everything as contingent, well, then we're taking an inductive mode of argument. But you're trying to put together, premise, conclusion, a deductive mode of argument. You be careful not to mix them.
But at the end of the day, we are trying to answer the question of what we see as existence. Where does this come from? So yes, we can talk about something which is not real, which does not exist. We can talk about some imaginary make-believe things, right? Which is perfectly fine, but that's taking it away from the underlying question that is meant to be asked here.
Right.
Answered here,
for me, I think this is one of the mistakes I think a lot of people make, is to try and make a definitive syllogism that reaches a definitive conclusion. I quite like getting to the point where you say, look, we are now at the point where there's only three possible resolutions and there is no other way. One is brute contingency, which means I give up. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. I basically deny the question, right? Your brute contingency. The other one is that somehow the container or the whole is necessary, in which case you're heading towards a pantheism or other kind of associated polytheisms. Or you say there's a necessary being external to the creation with agency, which is able to create the contingency. So I only see three possible routes out of whichever way we dress these premises. And I prefer the idea of confronting people with those and saying, why would you choose one or the other? What's your thinking? Because, otherwise you end up sort of trying to corral people into a route with one, particular syllogism. And then, someone just sort of sidesteps one part of that syllogism, and they sort of escape the whole question, where it doesn't make sense to do that in the first place, because really the point of all this is to connect with someone's thinking. The point of all this is to connect with someone's thinking and be like, have you thought about this? And for me, this really neatly identifies the space of these questions and then establishes a bridge where we can have a common language to talk about it.
So I think that That's a good way of looking at it, because it at the end of the day, most people will agree to this idea that there must be some sort of necessary truth which is causing everything to exist. Now, what that is, that's where a lot of times those discussions start happening. You talked about brute contingency, essentially, which means that they're saying that they're okay with being ignorant about and not knowing what that could be, right? And essentially, for a person like that, what is going to be your response to them if somebody's okay with saying, okay, this is contingent, we don't know where it's coming from, and I'm fine with that?
So, I mean, generally, it would really depend on their attitude and you know what they're doing with the conversation, right? So if they've complained about anything that appears to them to be a brute contingency in Islam, right, then I would definitely point out the hypocrisy, right?
Yeah.
But they might be the kind of person that thinks, yeah, you know, whatever, like that's just what I think, and that's it. In which case, it really, the whole line of you know, rational dialogue needs to be understood as all you can do is then have the conversation and keep it as rational as possible to make sure it's as clear as possible, and see how they respond to the apparent contradictions, because they will, if they've got more than one brute contingency, they're going to have a ton of contradictions. Whether or not you can find them, or whether or not they care about them, is a whole nother thing. You know, some people revel in contradictions, and then what are you going to do, you know?
Yeah, we know that. Like a fourth of the world is like crazy about contradictions, as you would say. But this is interesting.
So for me, yeah, if you know, it really depends on the person what they do with brute contingency. With the other ones, you know, I would start talking about, well, you know, why would you prefer pantheism? Do you even recognize it as pantheism? So this came up with discussion with Naturalist, and he very easily or quickly said, you know what, okay, if you want to call it pantheism, I'm happy to go down that route. Whereas for some people, there's a violent aversion to framing it that way, and then you would discuss why there's violent aversion to that, right?
So asking the question,
this comes back to the question then, okay, what is a natural law? What is, you know, what are these laws of nature? Who's the giver of these laws? And if that's not a good question because you think it's begging the question by saying who, then, you know, how did these laws came to be? And you can't just use you know, another regress of just putting terms on things, you know.
Yeah, but I want to dive a bit into this, the container set theory, where you're saying that this set of contingent things is now necessary existence in of itself.
Yeah. Right? Can we just, while we're discussing it, we just put a an exclamation mark next to premise 5 so that people don't think we're stating it as a.
Oh, okay. That one?
Yeah.
Where's my exclamation mark? Here it is. Okay.
There we go.
So premise 5. Let's see. Now let's go to this one. We're diving into this. All right. So for me, one of the possible problems of someone who is positing this type of theory is that the set of contingent things cannot be a necessary existence because it actually takes away causal existence, if I'm using the term right. What I basically mean is, if we're talking about existence, one thing causing the other to come into existence, right? Then this idea that it started with something must be there, because we cannot have it linked, coming back and linking to something at the end of the chain when it doesn't exist, when that thing doesn't exist at the beginning of the chain.
Right. Well, whichever way you cut it, it ends up being at least one exception to the rule of causal closure, and that's the rub. That's what it boils down to. Is, you know, hang on a minute. If naturalism means everything has to have a causal closure, and yet you're saying the container set is necessary. You're violating causal closure in this neat exception.
Yeah.
Hang on.
That one thing.
Do this. What do you think of that? Is that your thinking as well?
Sorry, I didn't follow the exact last
Oh,
line.
okay. No worries. I
Could
just didn't
you-
want to exclude you from the conversation. That was all.
Yeah, sorry.
Because the thing that I'm thinking of here, no matter how you look at it. Oh, Nate's here. And Nate, I'm bringing you up, but let me just finish this thought, right? So the reason why I feel this is not a good argument is because you're forcing something in the set which has a property different from the rest of the items in the set. So
but it's not
has
in the
to be-
set, you see, because you're saying that I remember what I said about Russell's paradox. Does the set of all
Yeah.
sets contain itself? So if the set were contingent, then it would be inside the set that it contains. And so they would say, no, the set is necessary. It can't be contingent because the set contains everything that's contingent.
Yeah, but then for me, the problem again is that, okay, even if I accept, even if I grant you that the set is, this set itself is different from the set of what it contains, essentially. It has different properties. Or
Oh,
it
the
has
set,
some
yeah, the
properties.
set has to be considered separate from the stuff it contains. Yeah.
Yes. So then the question is, how can it have a property of necessity? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because
Well, this is the thing, and once
So-
you get it, you'll realize.
Let me
go
just finish this up, because I'm not getting that part, and maybe you would be able to expand on this.
Yeah.
This set of contingent existences, if it becomes necessary, then how can it contain anything that is contingent within it? How can anything that is contingent be part of what we've now defined as a set of contingent things?
Right. So those two things get solved together, because remember what I said about this set that contains the contingent things. So it's not contingent itself. If it was, then it would be contained in itself. And since it's not contingent, you say it's necessary. But this is why also it's got to be, it's a exception to the concept of causal closure, because you can't say that the thing bounding stuff caused the contingent stuff inside, because if it's necessary, then it causes everything else by necessity, and now it's necessary and it's not contingent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
it's as if you take the two together, particularly it being absent of participation in the causal network, that's the only way you resolve it. You have to give up. You have to take causal closure but one, at least.
Yeah, but I feel that we're missing something when that argument is presented, because it does not confirm to what we know of existence itself. Because if that was the case, then we're basically saying the cosmos, which includes the universe and whatever is beyond this universe, as a whole is a necessary existence. But the cosmos includes something which keeps changing, right? Means that it includes something which is contingent existence. Then how can it exclude the property of contingency?
Right. Okay. So this is why you have to differentiate between the sort of boundary or container, or that which is encompassing everything, from the contents within. So it's like the difference between a sphere, which is the surface of a ball, and the whole ball, including everything inside it.
Okay, let's table that. Let me also think about it. It's an interesting piece that we've had for me to dive into. But Nate, welcome back. How are you doing?
Thanks. Hi, guys. Doing good. You guys?
Yeah,
Doing okay?
doing good.
Cool. Yeah, so I love contingency arguments, actually.
Where do you find we've gone over it before. You do agree that there must be something necessary, or do you think that you go down the different route of the set of contingent thing which Islam was explaining?
Yeah. So like not every naturalist is going to agree with me. I'm okay with accepting something necessary. I'm fine with that. I don't have any problem with that. But a lot of them would say, well, we don't, there are some, they might give an example like radiation. Radiation, we don't actually know what the cause of radiation is. There's some examples of things that we don't actually know. So they could say, well, there's some things that we can't explain, some effects, some phenomena. Maybe we can explain it later, but they don't appear to have some kind of, contingent state behind them. And then the other side is they might also say, well, an infinite regress is still fine, or they might accept an infinite regress.
Do you accept infinite regress?
I think people will accept an infinite regress in terms of a temporal one with causality, but I don't think people will accept an infinite regress in terms of general dependency or contingency.
Yeah, you see, I mean, this comes back to like, what was there, what happened before t = 0, right?
No, it doesn't. Because in the general contingency, there's no relationship with time. You don't need time involved at all. So all of those objections and issues and whatever are completely irrelevant. They're all only relevant to the causal version, if you like.
Yeah,
that's got nothing to do with more general concepts.
You see, the problem with the causal chain is you still have one thing causing something else to happen in a sequence of events. I mean, they can't all just like everything just happening at precisely, at exactly the same time. So even if you take time out of it, there's a causal chain, meaning this thing had to happen before that thing happened, So,
but before we go further into this, right, I just want to make sure, do you believe that infinite regress can happen? Where do you stand on it, Nate?
I'm 50-50. I'm 50-50. Because
is that on the causal temporal infinite regress, or also on the contingency dependency kind of infinite regress?
On both. I'm not taking any like hard position. Let's say I'm agnostic on it, because I'm not going to be able to take a position on it, because there's some guys that argue for infinite regresses and that it's not a problem for contingency, etc., etc. So I don't know. It doesn't always make sense to me. I just wanted to tell you. So you've been struggling with this set of contingent things, etc., etc. For me, there's a simpler way of putting it. So I'm going to give you two premises. Okay. Mm-hmm. P1, everything in the universe is contingent, or you can say everything is contingent, whatever. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. But P2, everything that is contingent requires explanation. Okay. Comma, either by another contingent thing or by something necessary. Yeah. Okay. So for me, it's an easier thing to. Yeah. It's a simpler way.
It's basically pretty much the same as what Faisal put, I think. I don't like the requires explanation, though. I know a lot of people phrase it that way. But for me, I think that brings in a whole new sort of world of questions about what do you mean requires explanation? So for me to say something depends upon in a sustaining sense, I've given a clear sort of actual, this is what dependency means or entails. Whereas requires an explanation, like let's say I just invent my own new language and invent a word or a sentence in that language and then say that's the explanation. Like that's obviously not doing any good to anyone. So it's almost like a cop-out when you say requires an explanation. But in certain,
you can do it the same way as what you did. You can leave out the requires explanation. You can change it for your wording. But the important part is that it's either requires something contingent, so it's a contingent chain, or something necessary to ground it.
Yeah, I think
that's how you get out of this. Well, am I in the set? Okay, am I excluded from the set? And
well, no, I think that's what he put already in his premise 3. I think you had it in Faisal, was it? It was premise 3 or premise 4. You put that in. But exactly. the thing he was trying to get his head around was the is the set itself contingent, or is the set itself necessary? How do you have a set of contingent things which is not itself contingent? So it
doesn't matter because if it's everything either needs something else contingent and then it goes in its own little loop, okay, until eventually it falls out of the contingency loop and then goes into, okay, well, it's grounded then not by something else that's contingent, but by something necessary.
Yeah, so this was because I was raising the thing saying to him, well, some people just say brute contingency. But if the set containing all contingent things were declared as a brute contingency, then that set would have to contain itself, and then you have Russell's paradox.
Yep, this is so. I do understand the contingency argument. I can actually put it in a premise. But what I was trying to get to is where Brother Islam actually comes up with this. Depending on the set of contingent things. And that's what I wanted to get into, because this idea of pantheism and how it can be explained using logic, right? This is what I wanted to sort of dive into, if possible, but we can do that another time. Coming back to you, Nate, like you've said that you're 50-50 on infinite regress. Can you tell me what makes you feel that infinite regress is possible? And why you feel that it might not be possible? Is it, where do you think, if you were to just explore this today, I think it would be an interesting conversation.
So my personal choice is not to have an infinite regress because the truth is I don't know how to explain an infinite regress. And I don't know how to get out of an infinite regress, and I don't know when something is going to start in some kind of infinite regress.
I think that's good. It makes a lot of sense, and it's definitely better than saying, well, some experts say it's reasonable, so I'm going to admit it as a possibility. But I think that does mean you'd have to update what you said about 50-50 and make it 99-1 at least, or something like that.
Yeah, okay. So I'll say 51-49, but it's actually I don't personally use infinite regress because I go back to.
No, that's really interesting, because I would have thought you'd said 99-1, or even further. But the fact that you went 51-49 means whether or not you can understand it or explain it doesn't really shift the needle much for you. I'm quite interested in that,
because I just feel. So I kind of feel like smarter people than me are saying that it's possible. I don't know how, and I don't understand the math and all their logic and all of that. So I kind of deferring to mathematicians on this and philosophers. So
I actually have a critique of us saying smarter people than us, because when it comes to these things, this is really just common sense. When we talk about logic, that's just common sense. And I know that we tend to say common sense is not that common, right, in all of things. But at the end of the day, it's our perception of reality. And almost all of us can agree that we don't have, yes, we may slightly differ on certain things, but everybody is going to see the night sky and say, okay, those are the stars, right? Everybody's going to see the other person and say that this is another person. So there's almost like 99.99% surety that what we see and how we perceive reality is almost the same. So there is really no smarter person in this particular case. Your
No, but
your
okay.
your guess is as good as mine, right? So
Yeah.
give us your guess.
So here's the thing, Faisal. You know what? Hey, we look at the world and we can see the world kind of similar. Okay, we can look up at the stars and we can see the stars. Okay, but there are some things that scientists have found out. Let's say about quantum field theory, supersymmetry, and all weird things that kind of defy logic. They kind of defy our common sense understanding of the world. You know, when you get to that level, it's going beyond like our rational, common sense thought about the world. And that's why I say they've given explanations, and it kind of defies your rational senses or rational logic. But I mean, Islam has probably got books in his racks over there that I would never even be able to understand. Okay. And going into things so deep that I don't even want to go there. I mean, even though that modal logic stuff, like I don't even want to go there because all of those little symbols
my
and
library?
whatever.
I think actually you'd really appreciate it. I think it'll work well with your programming. But actually, this is really interesting because I had a different. I have a different problem with the sort of experts say, or smarter people have, figured out X kind of thing. And this is actually one of the things that drove me into theoretical physics in the first place, was because there's clearly something there, but I could not say I believed in something unless I understood it. So that even extends to believe if something's possible. I would always rather be in a position where I say, I don't know. I don't think that's plausible or unplausible. I'm not going to believe it just because people in some institutions say so. And I can't even evaluate their evidence unless I understand their evidence and their papers and things. So I had to know. I had to study for that, because for me that was part of my foundations of how I process reality. And so I had the choice. If I told you before, this was over 20 years ago now, and I applied to study quantum informatics, quantum computing. And so it was so early on that even though there were only 2 universities in the country doing it, I was the only person who applied. And so they canceled the course and I had to choose computers or physics. And I started coding when I was like 12 or whatever. So that was part of me as well. But I thought, well, it's like, do I focus on earning money or do I focus on understanding the stuff? And I felt I had to understand the stuff because I could never, I needed to at least have enough that I'd be able to differentiate between crackpots, Terence Tao and the like, and what's real, or what has at least substance behind it. And the only way to do that is either simply by a kind of democracy, which is just basically a faith in the system that represents the most common views, which I couldn't do for various reasons, or to be able to evaluate myself. And so it's always interesting to me how you have someone who is for me, like a naturalist who hasn't studied physics to the level where, let's say exactly how virtual photons work and don't. Are they bookkeeping or do they have measurable outcomes, or how does this relate? All these kind of details that we've gone into. It's kind of like a Christian who hasn't read their Bible, or like a Muslim who.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody is at a different place in their journeys. I mean, when you guys have a new convert to Islam, you don't expect them to know everything about the Quran and have read every one of thousands of these hadith and understand every single rule and law and thing. So you can't expect that from a naturalist either. Okay, you can't expect somebody that's saying, well, okay, I'm just going to say, the only thing that exists is what my eyes can perceive, okay, and I'm going to take it from there, okay. So And that's pretty much what I did. I said, well, I can't trust my senses. I can't trust what people are telling me, their testimonies. Okay, I can't trust what these religious books written thousands of years ago is telling me.
Yeah.
I don't actually see evidence. When somebody tells me that they saw an angel, or they spoke to a dead person in their room or something like that, I'm just incredulous. Like, I can't actually take any one of them serious. I mean, I saw another clip. Some guy says he touched a UFO. Okay, cool. I mean, and these people that say that they've been, abducted by aliens and stuff. I don't take any of them seriously.
But so this is the thing, though. It's like when someone like Sean Carroll says the wave function is ontologically real. Do you take that seriously or not? Like, how do you know how seriously to take the stuff he says about reality? Do you see what I mean?
No, I don't take that seriously.
Yeah,
but
so it's interesting because if we go back to your,
I think if he's saying the effects are real, okay, yes, I can understand what he's trying to say, but yeah.
Oh no, he thinks there's a big wave function out there and evolve. Anyway,
yeah, exactly. That's like the guiding hand of everything that there's.
Well,
this
and this is interesting because it comes back to when people say, "Oh, well, this universe has many possible universes and so on," and that becomes part of their foundation. But I guess what it comes back to is if we look at your epistemology before that we spoke about, it was very much based on direct sensory experience and so on. But then that's saying
number now, one. No, I mean, listen to me. Like, the only way we can actually perceive this world is either through our eyes, through our nose, our touch, our, sight, listening to your voice, seeing you over there. That's how we absorb the information that's out there, right? Everything else is secondary, right? I mean,
right.
If you don't have eyes to see and read stuff, or to hear somebody talking, I mean, basically you can do stuff with Braille, okay, and then you can touch stuff. But if you remove all of those, you basically have no sensory input. It's like it's a computer with no keyboard and no mouse. How are you going to get anything in there?
But so for me, this is exactly, you just say, or the easiest way for me to say is the boundary of the self, and then it's information exchange one way or another, rather than break it into senses. And obviously there needs to be information exchange. But it, again, this is quite interesting because if you take it at that level of abstraction, then this question of information exchange by God providing you inspiration, for example, where that would then fall into this category of information exchange between the self and the not self. But the naturalist view sort of adds certain restrictions to that. And I think for me, it just becomes that there's, because remember, on the one hand, you just said a moment ago, I can't trust.
I don't call it restrictions. I call it interpretations. Okay? You're saying it's restricting. I'm saying it's a different interpretation of what's happening. There's a big difference.
Well,
when somebody tells me that they saw a demon, okay, or they were attacked by a demon, okay, I have a different interpretation of what's happening.
No, but, but
psychologically,
both are true. You because of the restriction, you then have a different interpretation that fits within the restriction.
Okay, if you want to frame it that way, that's
what I meant. This comes back to what you were talking about, how when you start doing advanced mathematics, physics, or whichever else field you go into, you sort of have to do away with your current understanding of the world. You have to rebuild it, right? And that's where things come in. If you build an understanding of the world that excludes certain explanations completely, right? Because when you're doing science, you're looking only and only for naturalistic explanations, right? So what that actually entails is, even if there is evidence that can be interpreted a different way, you're forcing an interpretation that is naturalistic because of the paradigm in which you're looking at it now.
Sure. But honestly, for every single thing that I've seen, from people talking about supernatural things, watching believers or religious people, doing their thing online, or I mean, like, you know, on video. Yeah,
What about
I mean,
life?
even in,
How do you explain a new human being coming out of where they were not existent before? Like, how do you explain that?
what do you mean?
Because
It's a baby being born. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
we know the process, right?
I'm a father.
You're a father, right? We know the process that
Yeah.
a man and woman comes together. We have a baby, right? But how does life get into those cells? How can you actually explain the existence of life itself?
I mean, okay. So I'm a father of test tube babies, literally. So
But even
yeah,
if they're
science.
Nate,
But
you would
Well, hang on a minute. They didn't literally grow in test tubes,
I'm
right?
just joking. Yeah?
They didn't literally grow in test tubes.
Yeah, I think they get to about 16 cells in a test tube, and then they implant.
But they haven't made
but basically,
wounds, so
I think it's just like, okay, fundamentally, it's just chemistry. Look, I can add a whole bunch of other metaphysical stuff on top of that, okay, but fundamentally, it's just chemistry. I mean, the way that the DNA and, you know, zygote and all of that kind of stuff comes together is basically just chemical reactions. I don't think that there's, I mean, it's relatively well understood, like what's happening. I mean, they're literally doing that under a microscope.
Yeah, but I think
but look, I understand that there is a, you know, I mean, I'm super grateful for, you know, my family, and I take nothing away from it. I just don't think that it's something like supernatural happening there. Well, I don't think that there's any kind of like spirit or soul going into
this is
into
a really
the mix.
interesting, important point. If you remember the conversation before, where I ended up saying essentially it's these angels or jinn, like only their agency would be the thing where would count as supernatural under the sort of definition, as in they would be the agency is the only thing that would violate laws or appear to violate laws or operate outside of laws. So do you remember what I said before as well around one of the definitions of that which is alive versus not alive that I really like is you know, that which sort of fights entropic decay. And this is, you know, a bunch of, I can't remember the person I originally heard that from, but they were an atheist scientists in their own right. Because this question of what is something that's alive versus something that's not alive is actually quite a difficult question to answer, and it's quite an important question to answer, because in a sense it's almost whether or not it's supernatural is basically the dividing line in one sense, as in, you know, we have the laws of physics for the stuff that's dead and the laws of chemistry, but then at some point things are beyond those laws and things are there's a new emergent phenomena which is you know, we call life, but it is qualitatively different, and there's no, we're not able to put together all of the underlying laws and show how this other thing emerges. So, you know, for now, it's just a matter of faith that such a sort of causal chain should or would exist. So it is interesting to think about in terms of this question of what is natural or supernatural, and it does relate to this thing of you know, angels and jinn being in or out of the natural order.
Even the question of life and death, right? Scientists don't necessarily know. They do not know what death really is. What does it entail for the same cell that was existing and was alive and it was feeding and it was doing everything, it was moving, right? The next instant becoming dead. And we're not even talking about a whole like multicellular organism. Let's just say, just take one minuscule cell, an amoeba or paracilium, whatever else you want to pick up, right? Where does it go from being alive to being dead?
Yeah, we could describe the processes during life, and we can describe the processes of decay after death, but that
But what
transition
is
alone
what is life? What is death? It is very mysterious. It is very supernatural when you get down to it, right?
depending on your definition of that word. And this is why I don't like the word, because it's so hard to find a definition where, you know, things that a naturalist will obviously call natural doesn't fit.
Yeah, but
I
if
think
you want
all
to-
life is natural.
No, so that's
I
by
understand
definition. Wait,
that
but Nate,
I understand
the
that
reason why I'm asking-
it appears you know, supernatural or like something. I don't know how you see life actually. Yeah, one moment something is you know, producing energy, and then the next it's not. For humans, you know, brain death is the cessation of brain activity is basically dead. Nobody's ever come back from brain death.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, that life and death now is much clearer than it was before. I grappled these questions a lot. For now, I believe my soul existed before I was born, and being alive means that the soul and the body are in contact, and then when they separate, that's death. And it's got a straightforward shape in my worldview.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm asking this question, Nate, is that you don't have the answers to these questions, because what is life, what is death? If you just focus on these two aspects, right, you come to the conclusion that there has to be something beyond what is just visible, what is just evident. Because
why? Because you're saying this is an argument from incredulity. It's like you have to, you know, see.
Because here's the thing: everything that we have currently that can be used for an explanation. That's just. Let me just ask you: what would you use to explain what life is? Is it chemical chemistry, essentially, that you basically say, okay, this can be reduced to chemical reactions, and that's what life is all about? Is that what you think?
Yes.
Okay. So my question then is, when that same cell, that same amoeba, has everything within it that was keeping it alive a second before it passed away, it dies, right? Why is it alive at that first instant and dead in the next one, when all of the chemical composition hasn't changed that drastically?
I mean, I haven't looked into this. I'll do a quick search on it. But
that's fine. If you haven't looked into it, do look into it. Because when you get into,
if you want me to go to the back room quickly and then bring on your other guest quickly, and then I can come back.
We could do. I was just going to add a couple of things before you do, just because there are deeper aspects or elements of this, in the sense that what you could find, you know, do some looking, you could find that there's some specific irreversible degradation process, and you can find those for, you know, different kind of, and you could say, okay, I'm gonna pinpoint it there. But it does, there is this very interesting question of why these things live and die. Rather, why aren't there these things that you know, oscillate, and they, oh no, you know, I almost died, but I came back, but I almost died, I came back, and so on. But the deeper question then becomes, okay, once you put your stake in your ground, once you put the stake in the ground, and you know, like you said before, all life is natural. Well, then things that you previously thought of as supernatural because they're beyond the current laws of nature, you know, does that count? Does that not? It comes back to this question. Then you say, okay, well, if natural includes current and all possible future laws of nature, well, then it encompasses everything, including the laws that cover things that are currently concealed from us. Remembering we have the paradigm of what's revealed and what's concealed. So then we come back to this thing of saying, well, then naturalism doesn't exclude the jinn or the angels. And
it's
that whole conversation. Right?
But the thing is, then you would have to say, well, is every single one of the way that Allah works and controls everything in this universe discoverable to us? If the answer is yes, then I still don't see the difference between
no, they're not discoverable.
Natural law.
They're not big, only because, so we don't even strictly think of it as discoverable. So we can have intentions to try and find something out, and Allah can reveal it to us or keep it hidden. So we never really actively discover, as in unveil the thing for ourselves. Allah is always the one who reveals to us. It sounds like a irrelevant nuance, but it is quite important in terms of our framing. So what we would say is we will never be in the state where everything is revealed to us. You know, we can't process that. There'll always be things that are hidden to us. So remember what I said before, where the emergence of apparent laws, right, for me, comes from us observing and naming regularities. But those regularities are there because Allah is actively managing them.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I can mute myself if you want as well, Faisal.
That's up to you.
I
I can put you in the
back up and pray quickly and be back in a few minutes if that's all right.
Sure. I'll
and
bring
then when you come back, Nate, I've got a very interesting analogy to do with computers and software and operating systems that I think will help our future discussions.
Okay.
Cool.
Right. I'll put you in the back chat, Nate, while I have conversation with this brother. All right. Okay.
I've just got to pray Maghrib quickly.
Sure. Go ahead. I'll see if I can respond, and then you can, when you're back, you can take it off.
All right, inshallah.
All right. Brother Umar, assalamu alaikum, akhi. How are you doing?
Alaikum salam, akhi. I'm good. I'm just making food. Is my mic okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you want to ask your question?
Oh, it's quite long. I'm actually on Deconstructing Atheism episode 2. So I haven't been watching this one. I just saw you were live. It's funny because I was watching the conversation with Naturalist, and he is still on episode 5.
Yeah,
but I've never heard this type of
this approach.
Comeback or rebuttal. So I just wanted to get a clarification, because for me, like I wrote in the private message, that it seemed to be asking too much of the atheist.
So wanted to know the justification. I'm just reading it out loud for the audience as well. So
that's fine.
Want to know the justification on why atheists need to know everything about Allah to deny it, and why it is a straw man to only know main attributes of Allah. Why is saying I don't believe in a creator not enough? Feel like we are asking too much to know all the attributes. Okay, so it's a good question, right? And is it possible for an atheist to know just some of the attributes and then deny? Now, this is an interesting one because of the fact that what we want to make sure that atheists understand is that just by denying the Judeo-Christian deity, right, that they have, they cannot just say that we've also explained why Allah doesn't exist now, right? So, because that is a straw man that happens a number of times with Muslims. When we have a conversation with atheists, they have a conception, because most atheists, when you talk to them, right, most atheists, they come from a Judeo-Christian background. Yes, nowadays there are certain atheists coming from Hindu or Muslim background as well, but they still have this conception about God, or a misconception about the Islamic God that they're denying, right? Why is it important for them to understand Allah and His attribute in totality? Is because this is how we understand Allah, right? For example, one of the common things which you would hear from a lot of atheists is that they deny a God that is omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent, right? But for Muslims, we don't consider God to be omnipresent. He is separate from His creation for us, right? So that concept of being omnipresent is only valid in a certain context for us, right? That He is omnipresent in His knowledge, in His power, in His majesty, His majesty, not in His existence. He's not existing in creation, right?
Mm.
So it's important for us to make those disclaimers, and then we can ask them, let them ask us what we believe in, and then basically have a conversation from there. Because once they start taking on this idea that, okay, we've denied all deities, right? And that includes Allah, right? Hang on. Are you able to even articulate who Allah is to a Muslim? Can they do that? Because one of the meanings of God is the necessary existence, which means he exists by necessity, right? He's a samad. Okay. So when or he's Rabb, he's the one taking care of existence. He's the one who's in control of existence, who's the protector, the guardian of existence, who's the one who created us and everything. So when you take these definitions, by definition, are you saying that the necessary existence does not exist? That doesn't make sense. So you need to sort of ask them to press the reset button before you have that conversation with them.
Yes, I do agree with ones that come with the Christian view of God.
Yeah.
I
So,
absolutely agree with that.
and this
But
is why
yeah.
it's important to sort of understand from them where they're coming from. One of the reasons why we started this stream, and especially with Brother Islam, right, who's actually come from that very position which he used to hold before, right? He sort of understands why it is the common mistakes he used to make with atheists, right? And with naturalists and all of these, because atheism itself doesn't explain their full worldview. Atheism is a position of negation, and it doesn't really it doesn't offer anything as an alternative explanation. They have to go into other explanations. So it's important for us to sort of understand that holistic view that they take on, and that might mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, however many different axioms they might take. That naturalism is true. That's one axiom for them. Objective morality or relative morality is relative or subjective. That may be true for some of them. Others may take it as objective. Others may have a different view of it, right? Different things you would have to sort of understand before you can actually have a meaningful conversation with them, right? So this is just giving them an opportunity to open up.
Yeah, I live in Norway, so I have enjoyed the small amount of conversation I have with atheists. I enjoy actually teaching them what atheism is and showing them that it's not a tangible position to hold. Because in Norway they think like
by itself, atheism doesn't mean anything, right? Yeah.
Here in Norway they think that they think living for the weekend is atheism. Like they don't actually think about anything.
Living for the
weekend, basically which bar I'm going to go to the next weekend after work.
Okay. Yeah, and this is one of the challenges that comes with an atheistic view, right? A worldview which is atheistic, because one of the things that Allah talks about in the Quran is that once someone forgets about Allah, right, they deny the existence of Allah, Allah makes them forget themselves. And we see this happen a number of times. Their view on life is so skewed. Every interaction I've had with people who have atheistic views, at times they've shown a very reductionist view on life. For example, I've had this. I keep talking about this one individual I've met who who basically holds the opinion that he should not have any offsprings because he's actually denying the offspring the choice of coming into this world even before they actually exist, right? Because they haven't chosen to come into this world, and by having an offspring, you're forcing that upon them, not giving them that choice. Yeah, antinatalism. That's a good point. So it comes to that type of position, which is it's an absurd position when you think about it. From if everybody was to do that, where would the human race go, right? So is that a tenable position to hold as a whole, right? If most human beings start having that position, does that is that a meaningful position to have, right? So just looking at it from that extreme view, it allows you to sort of see that there can be some very weird consequences of this type of worldview.
Yeah, I remember there was one long time ago on Hamza's Den, his live streams, his arena live streams. There was one with this worldview. But what if an atheist just say, I don't believe in a creator, it doesn't give any attributes or anything? Is that enough to have a conversation with them, or do they have to like know specific?
So for me, then the questions, there are certain questions where I feel that if you're taking a position that God doesn't exist, right? There's certain positions that they have to elaborate on about their how they explain their own existence. Because when you talk about your existence, right, it comes to a number of questions. Yes, I come from my parents, they come from their parents, and so on and so forth. And then let's say, even if we grant them evolution, right, which there are definitely lots of questions, lots of gap in our knowledge of evolution, right? So they, even if we grant them that, okay, we'll come up with some form of an explanation for them, right? Which I personally feel that it's almost impossible to do, because it happened a long time ago. There's no scientific method that can be applied to prove that that was the reason why it's what do you call it? Correlation is not causation, right? So it's not possible. But even if we grant them that, we come to other challenges. How does something come into existence from non-living matter when that non-living matter is not alive, right? From how does life come into existence? That's a huge question to ask. And then you keep going back and you have the question about how did this universe come into existence? There are key questions you don't have an answer to, right? For an atheist, they're okay with positing that it is they don't need to have an answer. We will have an answer sometime in the future. But then when you deny that very validity of asking that question, right, then you're left with nothing, because you've given yourself this list of gaps that you can never actually explain, and you're okay with saying that I'm okay to be ignorant about my position, and it's coming from a position of ignorance now, right? By the way, Slavic brother Sam. Okay. So
and my last point, how would
go ahead?
Yeah. And my last point is what got me thinking about this is, what if an atheist or someone switch it on a Muslim? Like maybe you guys don't fall into this category. Maybe a layman Muslim.
Sorry. Can you explain? Can you ask that question again? When
you in Islam won't fit in this category because you're not a layman. But what if an atheist asks a Muslim, do you deny evolution, like Darwinian evolution? And then they start asking, what do you know about it? And they can't like formulate it properly. Can they say like, well, you can deny it now if they like switch it on? Is that possible?
Oh, I see.
Brother Islam, let me try to respond to it and you can add, because I am actually a layman. I'm not well versed in this, but let me explain how I understand this, and then Brother Islam can add some to it. So for me, I do not hold the opinion that whether it's true or not, for me, it doesn't matter, right? Number one, it does not disprove God's existence. Even if I take evolution as true, right, it does not disprove God's existence. Okay. Number two, there are gaps in that in our understanding of how things evolve, and gaps in our in the evidence that is available to explain that understanding of how we understand evolution right now today. Okay, so for example, like I was just talking about it, right? Just because we can arrange something in a progressive manner doesn't necessarily prove that it evolved from one existence to the other existence, right? Over whatever number of time. There is no proof for that. Okay, unless we can witness evolution, right, of that thing. And it's impossible to do that because it happened in the past. Right? It's impossible to do that. So impossible for me to apply science to it. Yes, you can apply science to the analysis of the method, but you cannot prove that it the same way as, okay, if I let go of a ball, it will fall down. And I ask you to do the same, you'll let go of a ball, it will fall down. The experiments that we do in a lab, right? That is, it's repeatable by different people, and it's doing proper science in that format. But when it comes to evolution, what you're doing is you're taking the you've basically come across something that has already happened. You've come up with a hypothesis that this is why we're seeing the evidence that we're analyzing in this way, and your hypothesis may actually be completely wrong and it's completely untrue, but it is a good enough explanation of the evidence that you find, and it tells the story well enough in that sense. Brother Islam, if you want to add something to it, please.
Yeah, it's quite a few things. I mean, actually, this point of is it a good enough explanation is actually really key. Good enough for what, for whom, and that's not a glib question. That's a really deep one, because if you're a naturalist and you're just scrambling for how on earth did this happen, then an explanation. Finally, there's some way this stuff comes together. There we go. That's good enough to start with, because then the naturalist also doesn't have to commit to that. And this is the thing. It is a hypothesis. People, aren't 100% committed to it. But when I say it, I mean some specific version of it. Because if you take the most general sense of evolution, then pretty much everyone agrees, because the most general sense is just that things were not in being and they came into being over a period of epochs, right? Which is, the explanation for everyone. It's even the explanation in the Quran. But to go deeper, back to your question, you're saying, okay, what if someone's a layman, they don't know about evolution? Some atheist comes along and says, they barrel them with like tons of facts and discoveries and things. They talk about evolving characteristics in fruit flies or in cultures of bacteria, and that proves the concept that evolution can happen, and so it's more reasonable to apply it into the past, and blah blah blah, all this sort of stuff. Thing is, if that's being presented to a Muslim, right, if they don't know, at that point they say, no, I don't believe in it because I don't know, I don't understand it. As the explanations come in, you'll say, subhanallah, isn't Allah amazing the way he does this stuff? This is incredible. And the only time then you're going to come against something that makes a problem is going to be if it's a claim that's not actually been made manifest, been shown to be, absolutely true, or if it's something like, it happens randomly rather than being guided. Right? If somebody makes the claim that and this is very careful difference between it could happen randomly, as in the mutations being random, versus we have evidence that it is happening randomly or did happen randomly. They're two very different things. But the Muslim should be extremely suspicious of that, because they should say, well, hang on a minute. By random, you mean you don't know, which means it's part of al-ghaib. Cool. Fair enough. Or but if by random you mean you do know, then what do you mean? Because if you know how it works as a mechanism behind this random, or if you're saying you've done some analysis which specifically proves it's random, well then, as someone who's studied it a bit, I would say show me the evidence, because that's absurd. But if someone tries to convince a Muslim that there is good evidence that it's random, you know, then yeah, they could be in a tricky position. But again, it would essentially be a test, you know, where they're saying, you know what, if I really understand it, I can make a real judgment. If I don't really understand it and I'm just following what this guy's just telling me, well, then there's a serious problem with my Iman in the first place, right?
Yeah. And here's the thing, Brother Sam, what evolution the study is actually doing, and all the hypotheses, everything that we've seen, it is not the same science that we see when we do those lab experiments, right? When we burn a
far from it.
beaker full of water and we see steam coming out, or we see we drop a ball and it falls.
Oh, well, I mean, so there are experiments where, for example, you can have a whole culture of bacteria, and you can modify some of the genes in some of the bacteria using, let's say, a virus. So you get a virus that's going to insert a bunch of genes in some of the bacteria, then you mix the cultures together, and then you put like some poison in amongst the whole culture, and then you find that certain ones will survive while other ones don't, and then they continue, and you say, haha, see, I've proved evolution. But it doesn't remotely prove the whole theory of, you know, abiogenesis leading to the last common ancestor leading to speciation and so on. It just shows a certain mechanism works, and that certain mechanism is also fully consistent with every disease Allah brings to Shifa, you know, and consistent with so many things about the way Allah works and we've been told He works. So
it's not outside our paradigm of understanding this. It doesn't.
No.
You can see that experiment and have a perfectly good, actually even a better explanation than what they have, right? You have a better explanation in our paradigm than what you would have as a metaphysical or methodological.
Yeah, for me, I would say, you know, it's often presented as if they're competing theories.
Exactly.
But in reality, they tend to be, for me, in my experience, I found like overlays, like different abstraction layers. Like the least detail is to say God did it, and then everything else is a bit more detailed underneath. And I've never got to the position where there's something which refutes the idea God did it, and it would be kind of ridiculous to get to that, because all you could do is say, well, let's say this appears to be inefficient, and Allah's supposed to be the best of creators. It's like, well, yeah, but you're a very limited being that doesn't know what its purposes could be, so you can't actually judge its efficiency, and so all you've proved is your own arrogance, right? The same goes for you know, arguments from morality and arguments from evil and so on. So there's not an inherent competition between what's actually been found and proved and the idea that Allah is above it all and managing all.
And the interesting thing about this, Brother Islam, like the example that you gave of working with a bacterial culture, right, in a lab, and whatever results you're getting, if you're using that as proof of human evolution, right, then they're jumping the gun here, right? You can hold them accountable. That how can human evolution be proven by a lab experiment done on microbes, right?
And that's not that, you know, that's not just a small statement, because if you think about it, we've only got, right, best estimates 3.5 maybe 4 billion years to deal with here. In terms of the size of numbers we're talking about all the possibilities, and in terms of all the constraints there are about these things and where they can live and feed and not be too disrupted and burned and blown up and everything else, it's actually unfathomable that all of these changes are happening in such a very, very short space of time. Like for me, the idea that this whole process comes from a carefully chosen sequence of mutations and things that are kept and things that are taken away and so on and so forth, that great, that process, does that make sense? Because you've only got a few billion years, the ginormous variety, and the not just the variety but the interlocking of all the different ecosystems. For me, if someone's going to claim that's random, that the mutations are random rather than chosen, for me, that's the extraordinary claim. That where's the evidence for that? And this is the rub, right? It's because in the beginning, when these theories came in, all people needed was some explanation that didn't appeal to God. They didn't have the evidence. They just need to be some way to describe it that didn't appeal to God. But now, we should see now that we've understood the complexity. Remember, before they thought cells were just sort of sacks of water and they had no real structure in them, right? But now we know the intense amounts of detail that's inside cells and all this kind of stuff. It's really got to get people thinking, hang on a minute, yeah, what evidence do we have for this wishful thinking or this it must be because otherwise we need God? What is the evidence that these mutations, these changes are not guided? And as much as I've looked, not only is there none, but however I try and put together the figures, I can't put together anything where randomness works. Even if you look at the births of children, you look at the kind of the mutation rate, the mutations can't possibly be evenly distributed across the genome, because if you look at the babies that are born in the end, it's about 1/3 or so, roughly half to a third of them, and they only carry a certain number of genetic changes that are not inherited from the parents. If these distributions are random, basically you'd have a hell of a lot more deformed babies born than we actually have. And so there is a selective mechanism in that there are mutations in these certain sites, for example, that happen more often than these other sites, and so on. And all of a sudden, this whole idea that it's random mutations starts to disappear, because it's always just a cover for the amount of information we have about how these mutations actually work. And at some point, it comes back to a mechanism which has degrees of freedom in it. And is the space of those degrees of freedom walk randomly, in which case you're talking about ginormous space of probabilities, right? And a very short space of time compared to that space of probabilities in which this random process and this selection process was supposed to have come up with the incredibly balanced ecosystem that we have. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'm kind of waffling, but the more detail I go into it, if anything, the more implausible it becomes that there was no guider, that there was no fashioner, that there was no former. The more it becomes much more reasonable for there to be a guider, fashioner, former. But I don't think we need the detail, because I think at each layer, as it becomes introduced to you, if you were to do that experiment, go learn about this stuff more, you should find that you're going, subhanallah, alhamdulillah, wow, isn't this amazing? And it only strengthens you, man.
Yeah. So Omar, one of the interesting ways in which you can approach someone who is bringing you evidence for evolution and whatever else, right? You don't need to accept their conclusions, because when they say that because of this is what they believe in, that conclusion is not necessarily following from the evidence that they're presenting to you. When you look at the evidence and you analyze it on your own, you can actually have your own conclusion, which includes the possibility of all of it being created. And that actually makes a lot more sense. Now, here's an example. Let's say we give it to them that fish evolved into amphibian, in whatever way it was done, right? How did that happen? Okay, they're going to say, whatever number of steps it would need to for that to happen. For us, it's very simple. This is a guided process. Now the possibility of that happening increases drastically. Does that make sense, Umar? So if you guide something, if you're guiding a particular process to a certain outcome, right? The possibility of getting that outcome increases. But if it is supposed to happen all by itself, that actually makes it very unlikely. Right?
I think it's really important actually to recap the history of how this even became a question in terms of does God exist, right? Because Al-Jahith came up with his, with natural selection, if you like, or with his theories of speciation and, how different breeds of horse develop and, different criteria to do with environment and all this sort of stuff. It was a more detailed than Darwin's original notes, although as naturalists pointed out, it's not exactly the same theory, but it was definitely a more detailed treatise than Darwin's original notebook, and has a lot of this kind of same kind of thinking, although it didn't go back to a last common ancestor, but largely most of this stuff is the same, or bears similarity. So it was never at that time a question of some butting up against Islam or being a problem with Islam. It was just enrichment of our understanding of how Allah does things. Now, in the idea that this becomes an argument about God just comes from the specific geopolitical history in Europe, where this question of life and so on, it became like it was something that people could obviously point to, that however much people thought they were gonna discover all the laws of everything, it's like, guys, are you serious? You really think everything, all this complexity and so on, all this majesty, and that gave them this idea where the sort of the people who were rejecting the church were basically saying, okay, well, that's God of the gaps, because they believed that they were going to have this complete set of laws. And for a good few hundred years, they kept thinking, we're almost there. We're almost there. There's just this one tiny bit. And as they try and close that tiny gap, a whole new world blows up. And this sort of, keeps happening. But at the end of the day, some people did make a God of the gaps argument, say, well, we won't know, there'll always be a need for God somewhere in our explanations. But very, very, very few. And not just very few, but even the ones who made it, it was specifically a Christian position. The idea of God of the gaps has absolutely no place in Islamic thinking or Islamic theology or the relationship that Allah has with creation as being the one who actively manages it. God of the gaps sort of only works in the paradigm where God creates things that manage themselves and then only intervenes by exception, and so this whole that's the field, if you like, in history where this whole contention between evolution and theism arises, but it's specifically European, and it's specifically against the Christian view, also because the Christian apologetics view had certain things the wrong way around. It couldn't have happened in that order, for example. So yeah, that's why there's a perceived thing, and this is why it's a conversation that keeps coming up, as if evolution is an alternative theory for, why an alternative for God, and it just doesn't apply in the Islamic context.
I understand. Can I have one last Dawa question? Since we're talking about evolution.
Sure.
Yeah, if I think.
Go ahead.
I was watching EF Dawa, and they were talking to an atheist. And obviously, Dr. Imran and Abbas took him through everything, like randomness, consciousness, and everything. And as the like a last ditch of effort, he said, then why is it, why do we find so much evidence? And obviously like
So much what?
evidence.
Sorry, why do we
And
find evidence?
so much evidence of like the evolution part? And I was obviously someone can attack the evidence part, but what do you think about if because me personally, I think about in Islam when we have like every living thing is made of water and stuff like a human being can either be lower than the animals or higher than the angels, and the difference is we have choice, the choices we make.
And a man.
Yeah, man. And is that like a, because when they say why is there evidence of like we are of similarities?
I've got a question. You know, we say every living thing made of water, but you also know that obviously Adam alayhi salam is made of turabin, right? Turab, earth.
Yeah.
So obviously it's not the case that everything's just made up of water, right? Because that would contradict something else in the Quran. Like if anyone thought that's what the Quran was saying, then they're obviously in contradiction and they need to go quite a lot deeper. And, you know, water is clearly involved in and fundamental to processes of life as we know it. That's one of the reasons why when they're looking for life on other planets, they look for signatures of water. And, you know, what is Earth? Well, you know, we know now Earth is, or we can better describe, shall we say, Earth as being full of hydrocarbons, minerals, and bacteria, which is what we made of, you know. So when people say, oh, well, you know, look at all these evidences, most of the time what I see is they have a serious problem understanding the relationship between evidence and theory and proof. And so, you know, the evidence is basically what has been made manifest, you know, the opposite of al-ghaib, you know, what has been revealed to us. That's the evidences. Cool. Okay. What do they mean? Well, now what do they mean is a matter of your theory, your perspective. You know, what do you bring to the table when you look at it? Now, anyone that comes to you and says Muslims can't put this together, it can only be put together by naturalists, right? They just don't understand anything about how the religion works, let alone its history and the development of sciences and so on. And so, you know, they can be cast out very easily by you know, walking down those routes and taking the opportunity to explain how Islam actually works and relates to the sciences. But if people say, well, all of this evidence points to it being random and then being no creator and so on, well, then you're going to have to ask them what specific evidence, how, and this is where it gets interesting because, you know, they might say, someone brought up not long ago actually, oh, that there's like some artery that appears to be longer than it is or than it needs to be, or something else appears to be inefficient or so on. And you know, or they say, you know, some people, what's the point of wasps? You know, can't we just get rid of wasps? Like there's, you know, there's things where, you know, things could be
mosquitoes.
Better. Yeah, or mosquitoes, right? But you know, everything does have a reason, and ironically, everything has a reason is also a foundation of naturalism, right? It's just a different view, and at some point, you realize that all of this stuff is background that we look at that really ends up testing us. You know, do we see something that's been made beautifully, or do we see something that's corrupted and messy and horrible? That tests us. It doesn't test reality, you know.
But is it wrong then to? I'm not advocating for evolution, by the way. I don't have no problem denying evolution.
Well, the thing is just when we say, you know, what is evolution? Because, you know,
yeah, it's a broad
again,
topic.
It's such a broad term.
Yeah, Darwinian.
If evolution, well, even what is Darwinian evolution? Because if somebody is saying specifically, it's unguided, and that the mutations are random, the processes are random, the processes are somehow self-sustaining or sustained by other things of the environment, there's no need for, you know, there's no creator or whatever. Obviously, we reject that, you know, but it's only that element. And that's the element for which they have no evidence. But the stuff that is in evidence also works perfectly well with the creator. Now, the only difficult or apparently difficult bit is these things where something appears to be less efficient than it could be. But again, we're limited beings ourselves that don't have a whole view of why things are as they are. So to judge it as inefficient indicts us, or the person saying that, as essentially having some arrogance or having a serious logic issue at the very least, because they're not in a position to judge if it's efficient or not. Do you see?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of this comes back down to this question of, is it true or not, is actually alien to modern scientific thinking. Most modern scientists take the Karl Popper's view, right? And I can show you quotes from his book. I've got his book on the philosophy of science, and he very, very clearly, absolutely rejects the idea that science is about truth or finds truth, and that's anything to do with the domain of science. He very clearly says all science is and can do is something that describes and comes up with descriptions that can be corroborated, which means they match up with reality. And that's all it can do and ever will do. And what he focused on was trying to get rid of inductive reasoning and replace it with a deductive system where you sort of throw hypotheses out there and you see which ones kind of fit. Now, this is the thing. This breaks the connection between I don't want to go too technical, ontology and epistemology, but basically what it means is you have different ways of trying to describe stuff, and different experiments will cut out some ideas or make some ideas just not workable anymore. So, for example, there used to be this theory in thermodynamics that there was this stuff called caloric, and that heat was this material that was inside things. And eventually, you know, that was one way of thinking about heat that worked quite well. There were other ways of thinking about heat. And eventually they got down to some experiments where it became just no longer viable to think of it as caloric. And so that became then eliminated, because now it's not a good system to have in your head. It's not a good way of thinking about stuff. But that's all it ever does. But the space of ways of thinking about stuff is so vast. Anyone that thinks that, you know, oh, this way or that way has now been proven to be true is just showing like an extraordinary either narrow-mindedness or simply lack of awareness of the actual relationship between science and truth.
Okay. All right. I do have Nate who's ready to come back. I had Champ. Champ, you can jump on. This is nobody on the stage would see you. I just need you to verify. So, okay, he's back. So I just need you to verify who you are, and then we'll bring you up for a conversation.
Just like Faisal for answering the questions.
All right.
Good luck with the atheist.
Okay. Do you want to stay on the stage, Judas?
Yeah, sure.
No worries. Okay. Champ, can you just give me a quick introduction to yourself, if you're an atheist, agnostic, what your position is, and if you turn on your camera, I can actually bring you up knowing that you're not someone who's here for shenanigans. Okay, I'm just waiting for your response. Nate.
He's dropped off. I was just going to show him this one. Maybe you'll see afterwards. I think everyone who talks about falsifiability should read this book, even if they don't want to become an expert on anything.
Okay.
Because what the underlying pattern of conception and understanding of the relationship between logic and reality and stuff, on which the idea of falsifiability stands, is really at odds with the way like a science is usually sort of presented. And so if you want to go down the falsifiability as the criteria route, you have to accept a lot of the things that went into its foundation, and take it from the horse's mouth is the best way from my perspective.
Okay, Nate's back.
All right.
I see Champ has answered you.
I know, but he hasn't turned on his camera. He's not verified himself. So
Okay.
if I'm going to bring him up, and he wants to debate for a serious dialogue. A debate? Oh no. Do you want a debate or do you want a dialogue, champ? Okay, he can respond. We'll wait for him. No, go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, no, so, just listening to what you guys were speaking about, I think it's a little bit uncharitable to say, yeah, because we can't go back to the moment of the Big Bang, or we can't witness human evolution, etc., etc. Therefore, we can kind of discredit it, because I mean, we could say the same thing about Islam. Well, because I didn't see Muhammad, receiving.
That's not his argument, though. That's a straw man. That's not what he said. He was saying specifically, because we can't go back and do it and witness it, we can't do an experiment in the same way as you do experiments in a lab. So he's saying essentially what you would also accept. We can't recreate
even
an
an
early
experiment.
world.
Sure, but even in an experiment in a lab, because science works through inductive reasoning, and that is coming up with models and seeing what best fits the models, or seeing if the data fits the models.
Not according to this guy. The whole reason for falsifiability, Karl Popper. The whole falsifiability thing that we went on with your ontology.
Yes, I'm very
Right. So this is the thing. The whole point, and he goes through this in detail, of the falsifiability is as a replacement for induction that he specifically rejects. So it's not all based on inductive logic.
I mean, you've got inductive reasoning. Falsifiability is part of that. You can't replace it. It's a part of abductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, and deductive reasoning. Every single one of them needs to be falsified.
This is the thing. No, because Popper specifically argues that inductive reasoning should be thrown out. It's totally illegitimate. Has no place in this whole science thing.
Yeah,
specifically, he's very clear. That's what I mean. Like it's not. But the thing is, the reason for the whole we need to go down the falsifiability route was because he wanted to throw out induction because of its issues. Because of saying, well, just because this happened so many times, we can't say it'll necessarily happen like that in the future.
Every other time. So Nate, the point that I'm trying to bring up is, if you want to show someone that if you throw a ball up in the air, it will come down, right? Is you can basically do it in front of them, throw the ball up, it will come down, right? And you can ask them to do the same. You can ask 20 of other people to do the same. You can perform that experiment and you would arrive at the result that you're concluding on. Now, why it's not one for one same when it comes to evolution is that you're not performing an experiment to prove that one thing which existed before changed into another thing that now existed later, right? So, for example, the pre-human existence that that you want to claim that all humans and apes come from, change into humans and apes, right? You cannot prove that. Do you understand?
So that's inductive reasoning. But the problem is that's inductive reasoning.
No, hang on, careful, because you can't prove it by doing a direct experiment where you set up the conditions and you put a bunch of pre-ape things in, right? Yeah. So that's a sense in which he's raising the argument. That's what he's saying.
But you can make a model.
And that's not to say you can't.
Yeah, and what I'm saying and what I agree with is, and this is the nuance to how you need, how I understand evolution to be. You can make a model that says, okay, this to let's say the A is change into B and C, okay, over a period of time. And my model explains how A can change into B and A change into C, all right? And you can tell people to test the model, not what you're basically, not the evidence itself, you're not witnessing anything happening. You're testing only the model that you built. Do you understand what I'm trying to point out here? Because there's a nuance to this. on what
so
you're doing science on.
I guess a part of the nuance is that normally what you're doing in experiments is you are testing models, right? But you can do the experiment and test the model against the experiment that you can repeat, right? But when you're talking about a model for something in the past, it is a different ball game. It's a different, and it's almost illegitimate to even lump them together as science, because one is one mode of reasoning and finding stuff out, and another is another mode of reasoning and finding stuff out.
Yes.
And they have vastly different kinds of reliability and sort of legitimate conclusion drawing. So it's almost safer to just say, you know, okay, if science is the thing that involves doing experiments and using that, you know, modus operandi, then the other thing isn't actually science.
I understand, but then you would have to come up with some other term that everybody's going to agree with.
And well, I'm not.
This is a really important. This is an important point, though, because it actually then becomes difficult to come up with a term which sort of keeps that being solid as the other science that we're talking about.
Look,
while not
lab and you know, obviously, like lab type experiments, like especially with chemistry, that's kind of like you guys are thinking like every scientist or imagining that every scientist is a guy in a lab with a lab coat doing, you know,
please give me more. Please give me more credit than that. Yeah, like if you have to make me out to be an idiot who doesn't understand science, that maybe you've misunderstood the argument. Right?
No, I'm just joking. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. I don't think, but we can't reduce science all the time to that type of science. This is my point.
Nate,
right, but this is point the thing is then that other stuff doesn't have the same reliability, and then we've got this question of, you know, so how are we validating them with what? So, you know, having like, you know, taking a core sample of you know, some rock or whatever and pulling out microbes and different things in different strata or whatever, like that analysis is science that's done in a lab. But so the bit where you then, you know, read back into history and make implications, really that's storytelling, right?
So here's the thing, right? What is the term theory mean? I don't know the dictionary definition, but it's not the same as fact, right? Theory can change. Even the theory of gravity can change. If we understand gravity better, and it eventually, you know, is merged with quantum field theory, then we'll have a better understanding of gravity, and it will change. And I don't want to even use the E word, evolve, but it will change. Okay, so
the only way I can resolve this is I'll just say this quickly and see if you want to jump in on it. Maybe a bit brutal, but I think it's quite good. Is that all facts are relative to some theory. There is no such thing as fact independent of theory.
Okay, I could probably find some facts that are independent of theory. But anyway.
All right.
I wanted to say one more thing very quickly,
and then we'll see. We'll see. What were you going to say, Faisal? Oh, he's gone. So, you know, I say that very carefully, and, you know, I've thought about this a lot, and I think if you go deep enough, there really is no such thing as a fact independent of theory, as long as you understand theory in the way in which I'm using it. So it's kind of almost tautological. And I think the way in which I'm using theory really gets at the heart of what theories really are in science and even outside of science.
So I wanted to point
out, because we might move too far away, and what we're trying to point out here, Nate, is like you just gave the example of theory of gravity might change, right? So the point we're trying to make here is that gravity is a brute fact. We know gravity is there.
Yeah.
Right.
And evolution is also a brute fact.
Gravity is not a brute fact.
Yes, it is. So you can say, you know,
of gravity.
You know,
we can
pen is going to fall when I drop it. Okay. But the theory that encompasses that, our explanation of it.
Is right. Sorry, Nate. Let me just finish this up, because I might lose this thought, right? Because the idea that when you drop something, it falls down, right? The impact of gravity that we see, that is a fact. Right, we see, not, I wouldn't say brute fact, it's the wrong terminology to use. We know it's a fact because we can see, observe it, we can witness it, and all of that is happening.
Demonstrable. Yeah.
So
Demonstrable, right?
Yeah.
What is not demonstrable is the idea that this existence A resulted in existence B and existence C. Okay, that idea that apes and humans have a common ancestor, right? It's not demonstrable. It's a theory. We've not witnessed it. We cannot say for certain that this is exactly how it happened.
It can be made plausible, yeah, and it's got degrees of plausibility, and that's all it can have.
So we're not saying that it doesn't have any value to it. It is a valuable piece of information, and it allows us to explain certain things or model certain things out. Some of our models are based on this understanding that we have, but to claim that this is a brute fact or even a fact is stretching it for us.
So
do you understand?
You don't take the evidence from DNA as fact, right? That we can trace common ancestry back via molecular clocks all the way back to a common ancestor with chimpanzees. No evolutionist is going to say that chimpanzees in their current form are.
We didn't make that argument.
No, but also be very careful with the, again, that's a big conflation of theory and fact there. This so-called molecular clock, all it's saying is that there's similarities in the genomes, right? And under their theoretical explanation, under their conceptualization of things, then the implications of common ancestry follow, of temporal common ancestry follow.
Yeah.
So because they don't have any other way, for them, like the fact that the genetic code is shared implies they came from a common ancestor. But if you have a creator, there's no such implication. It could be another way.
Okay. So you don't consider the fact, or I'm not going to say the fact, but the idea that we have around 98% shared DNA with chimpanzees. They have 48 chromosomes. We have 46. And when they did the genomic analysis of chimpanzees and humans, and they said, well, chimps have 48 chromosomes, humans have 46. There must have been a fusion. We predict that there will be a fusion. And they discovered that fusion point, okay, at chromosome 2. This is two chromosomes that chimpanzees had that were fused together. That's why we have 2 less chromosomes. Okay, I don't know. Like for me, the evidence is overwhelming.
Do you know? But hang on a sec. We have 60% shared genes with a banana, right?
Yeah.
So so this extra sort of 30-something% shared isn't when you say it like, oh, we're 97%.
We are closer. We are closer to chimpanzees than what mice are to rats. Okay. Mice are to rats.
But closer in what sense? Closer in terms of the.
So if you are saying that mice and rats are a kind of species, okay, or a kind, God created a kind, and therefore then you get mice and rats. If that is the analogy, then humans and chimps were a kind. That's the implication.
Right. Yeah, but that's fine, because all this is taxonomy. This is only naming things, and this is what I'm saying. Exactly. So DNA or not still makes no difference, because
let me ask you this, Nate.
It's literally just stuff that has this structure or these similarities. We put them in a category and co-name them.
Here's another question, Brother Islam, and let's see how Nate would respond to it. Is it possible that humans came first and chimpanzees actually devolved from human beings? Can that be possible as well?
Homo sapiens, no.
How do you know?
No, because from what I understand, we're the same family, hominids or whatever, and Homo sapiens on our branch is basically, we had a common ancestor, I think 6 million or whatever years ago, and our lineage, Homo sapiens, is a very recent our species, Homo sapien, is very recent.
Well, you see,
So,
that's according to the currently laid out thing. Now, bear in mind, like how
because they were from the point that we split off from chimpanzees, there are several other human Homo species.
Yeah, but
okay, and then eventually those Homo species evolved into Homo sapiens.
Whatever point we split from, right?
Yeah.
Could it have been that the split that you think happened was actually whatever evolved into humans, right? And then one of the human devolved from his human existence into something else. Can that be possible also? Instead of evolving something better, they devolved into something worse. Is that possible?
Things do kind of de-evolve if they lose features depending on natural
so
natural circumstances, natural selection.
Do you not realize that you're actually forced into thinking only in one direction, that things have to keep improving? Why can't things
they don't always improve.
No, it doesn't necessarily.
Things lose features. For example, there's a lizard that is currently losing its legs, and it's becoming a snake. I think
that could be an advantage. Losing things isn't necessarily a devolution in terms of
Yeah, so you have to elaborate on what that actually means.
The question is always whether or not it's an advantage.
And do you know technically? There's one important point I want to make. Do you know that chimpanzees have more base pairs than humans have? So we would technically be the devolved species. So
this is the thing. It depends on how you mean.
So chimps have 3.2 billion base pairs, and humans have 3.1. There's 137 on average base pairs difference more that chimps have than humans have. So we are the devolved species. If you're going on that.
That doesn't work. Even in the normal theory, that doesn't work at all, because there's supposed to be a common ancestor. So what it would mean is that they didn't drop, or they accumulated more genes, or didn't drop as many as we did, depending on the genes of the common ancestor. But here's the important point: when you're talking about chimpanzees and humans, right? There's no such thing as DNA for these common ancestors. It's impossible for us ever to find such a thing. We have never found it, and we never will find it.
Yes, we have. You can trace back. No. I mean, how do you think?
I think you've misunderstood the evidence. Don't jump in so quickly. I don't say things because I'm stupid. I say things for a good reason, right? So if I say something that sounds like questionable, maybe ask me about it. Don't jump in and say no this, right? DNA doesn't last more than a few 100,000 years. We can't possibly ever get DNA from 3 million years ago, right? And these common ancestors are supposed to be tens of millions of years ago. So my statement is absolutely correct. We can never go back and get this DNA from these common things, right? And that was the point I'm making. So this goes back to this question of what's fact versus what's theory, right? Due to the shared genomes and so on that we have, and lots of other theoretical ideas and so on, it gives a strong impression, particularly to a naturalist, that such and such, it must have happened this kind of way. And so things that are theories get promoted to facts within that worldview, right? But the difference between evidence and actuality, it's very important to distinguish the actual evidence from the things that people think are implied by the evidence. And that's really the distinction we're trying to get at. And this all comes back to your question about fact versus theory, right? And the reason I said why facts are relative to theories is because, properly understood, a theory should include your entire conceptual framework. And you cannot begin to even express a fact without a conceptual framework. So facts are always relative to your conceptual framework.
Okay. So I don't know if Champ's
I just want to bring this up. Champ, if you're still listening, jump on. We'll bring you up. Nate, you still were going to talk about life and death. Those two
Yeah.
things, right?
Okay,
Yeah, so-
and then I wanted to get onto this analogy I thought of, which I thought would
Very
have
quick.
been so useful to have for the conversation we just had, but we'll do it after this live thing.
So the reason, from what I understand, the reason why they know that chimps and humans shared a common ancestor, there are things called endogenous retroviruses. Basically, it's a virus that goes into your DNA. We both have the same markers of that. And it's virtually impossible to get that virus in our DNAs any other way other than through...
That's not true.
Okay, if you want to say that it's not true, the exact same.
No. The first bit, common retrovirus, because obviously the same virus implanting the same DNA. Obviously, the after split, the thing carrying the virus, that something can be infected and something else being affected by the thing that inserts the retrovirus, right? So it's not impossible for the same. Let's say it happens by a mosquito-borne virus. It's not impossible for the same mosquito to bear the same virus after a split or before the split. It's just slightly less likely. So I'm just saying, don't overstate the evidence. But yes, it is more likely to some degree that the virus implanted the DNA before a split rather than after. And I would agree with that.
Yeah, 1 in 3 billion.
What do you mean 1 in 3
that's
billion?
Basically 1 in 3 billion, in terms of base pairs. So if you've got 3.2 billion base pairs, okay, and you have some virus that goes in, you have like 1 in 3 billion chance that it's going to land up in the same spot if it happens afterwards.
It doesn't work like that at all.
Yeah, I'm just
but this is important because you can
I'm just trying to say that the odds are very, very small.
No, that's the thing. It can make you think the odds are very, very small. But I mean, did you know, for example, there's certain sites that are they're called CP something sites that are quite vulnerable to or more likely to change, and there's some sites that won't really change at all. Like it's not an even split chance of where it could land and where it could run and functionally then reproduce and so on. Like it's nothing like that. So what you imagine as being like a 1 in 3 billion chance based on faulty logic, it's not. Like the chances are much better than that. That's what I'm saying. Right. You need to know. If you don't know the theories, you can become misled as to what is so improbable it's otherwise that it's
I take it back.
Versus being actually a fact, right? But the reason we say this is because it's like it's surprisingly difficult to differentiate between actual fact and something that just looks ridiculously plausible and the alternatives all ridiculously implausible. And it's that bit which shifts dramatically based on your viewpoint or your operating system, which is the analogy I was gonna come up with. I was gonna give you before. But sorry, you wanted to say something, Faisal?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if Nate, you figured out what life and death are.
I mean, I looked up like definition of life, and I think people still don't even have a proper definition of life. There are different definitions of life, and nobody can kind of agree on what the definition is.
Agreed. It's like the biological version of consciousness. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So but I mean, so generally, cells, if they can't produce energy anymore, the cell is going to die. I mean, we have skin cells that are dying all the time. I think skin cells only last 40 days or something like that. Humans, it's like, brain cessation, brain activity, basically. But yeah, I don't have a definition of life for you. I kind of know that when cells die, they can't. There's a couple of things here. Loss of plasma membrane integrity. I have no idea what that is. Irreversible biosynthetic arrest and loss of energy homeostasis. Those
that middle one was the one I pointed at before. And the first one was, what did you say the first one was?
Loss of plasma membrane. Integrity.
So that's basically just the layer of lipids that wraps around the cell. If that breaks, it basically bursts the whole. What needs to be a reasonably closed system ends up being.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately,
the question
I
is,
still think it comes down to chemistry.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask a question. All right. Let's say we're looking at a cell. If you break the cell's membrane, some of the cells can actually reproduce it and regenerate it. Not reproduce, regenerate it, right? Okay. If a cell membrane,
I guess
some cells are able to fix it. Now, why is it that the cell is able to fix it? If that is the definition that we're using for something being alive versus dead, right? Why
all
is it
three must be
that
satisfied, not just one.
Okay.
All three of those things must be
So-
satisfied.
But see, if all three are satisfied, what you've got is something that's been destroyed.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the point that we're trying to make here is that we don't have an understanding of what life is or what death is. And you know, we're actually performing science on living things, on things dying, right? Yet we cannot explain something so fundamental. Do you understand? And now this is just one of the questions. And you ask the question about consciousness. You ask the question about, like, there's just a number of things where we come to humans' limitations.
I mean,
You cannot
I think
explain
about it in
these
this. Oh, sorry, I thought you finished. Yeah, in a really simple form, you're saying you don't know what life is, but you're sure it's all chemistry.
So yeah, my basic definition of life is biochemical processes. If it's got biological processes, if there are biological processes happening, then it has life. That's
You know what biology is?
Yeah,
yeah, biological processes.
But it's not a.
So
it's a
basically, if it's producing, if there's ATP, if it's got a membrane, if it's producing energy.
This is the thing, like ATP, for example, or molecular organisms. Like, in fact, that guy Jim Tour that I said to look out before. I think you've seen him. He works on nanoscience, like making nanobots out of molecules and things. But it's not bioscience, right? Because they're not considered alive, but they are the very same things, or very similar molecular motors that are running up and down our neurons, carrying neurotransmitters along microtubules, and so this whole definition in terms of biology, if you're going to then say, oh, biology is just a label for the stuff inside that is these kind of processes, well, no, these kind of processes are used for things that are obviously dead as well, or not, not animate.
Sure, but they don't have like a metabolism. They're not growing. They're not reproducing. I would like to extend it. I'll add those. It's got metabolism. It's growing, and it's reproducing. Okay.
Yeah, and so at that point it does. I mean, that's the sort of the definition. I remember we had Mrs. Nerg or something was what we learned in secondary school. Where it moves, grows, reproduces, excretes. I think and you can, but then it becomes difficult to ask questions of viruses and so on. I think basically it's kind of clutching at straws, but because what it comes back down to is just saying, I'm just putting a label on it, because the question is about what truly, or in some fundamental sense, differentiates what's alive and what's not alive. Whereas what you're doing is saying, this stuff that we call alive, you know what I mean. Well, we found that it has these common underlying processes. By and large, actually, it doesn't. Well, it's got certain attributes or characteristics that we can associate with it, and that's life. But that's just it's just a more detailed definition on that thing that we're pointing at, saying that's life, which isn't really saying fundamentally what life is. It's just saying what appears to us.
Right. How we categorize life from inanimate material from non-life. I mean, I know I sound very reductionist to you, but you're asking me.
It's not reductionist. It's actually. It's not reductionist I'm getting at. It sounds pointless in that it doesn't help us answer the question. It's just a labeling.
So when this question is asked, right, in the Quran, basically, when people deny the existence of God, Allah is asking people this exact question. Do they not look at themselves? Do they not look at the stars and the universe and everything that is around them? There are signs in them for people who think, for people who ponder, right? It is really in these questions that you realize, when you ponder upon these questions, you realize that there must be a God. Because Allah doesn't
Eventually.
tell us, He doesn't tell us that I exist just because I exist or anything like that. It's not, the Quran doesn't engage with you like that. The way the Quran engages with this question, does God exist, is by asking people, do you guys not look at this? Is that not evidence for you that God must exist? Do you
And
not look at the universe?
The only
Do you not
thing is
look
with
at-
this is I understand from my former atheist perspective how shallow that can appear, but I also know from my Muslim perspective how deep that actually is. So I'm wondering if I can sort of bridge the gap there, because
Yeah.
you know, as an atheist or naturalist, you can certainly look at the things or at the complexity, and you can look at more and more of it and stuff, and you can say, great, I've got a more causal network explanations and more details and that sort of stuff, and none of it need imply God because I have causal networks as an alternative. You know, so it seems almost like a spurious thing to say.
Yeah.
But
So
if you the deeper you do go into a lot of these things, I think the much more, if you were to compare two positions fairly, and you to weigh up you know, the creator versus no creator, I think on a superficial level you could say, well, no creator, Occam's razor, less axioms, let's go. But I think the deeper you go, actually, you end up needing tons of extra axioms to support naturalism, and it becomes more elegant, a theory, if you like, to have a creator. So that's I think where it goes. But the other thing is that it also starts to, at some point, everyone will get to the limit of their knowledge and rationality, and at that point, it starts to test the heart. It starts to test what appeals to you and why things appeal to you, and that's also part of what's sort of built into that those verses he was quoting.
Listen, I get it. I mean, honestly, I mean, having been a believer, I know Christianity is different, but I understand the appeal that, you know, believing in a God has, and the it's, for me, it feels like it's nice to have the book that's giving you all the answers, or God that's giving you all the answers, and you don't have to necessarily worry too much about explaining things, because you know, a lot of the answers are already given to you by a worldview that has had 1,400 years to contemplate the human condition. I mean, in the Quran and Hadith, you've got all of the laws laid out. You've got, you know, what man should do, what woman should do, how they should get married, how they should get divorced, all of that kind of stuff, right? So it gives you so I'm sorry to say this, but it gives you a false sense of, I've got the answer. Instead of saying, well, we don't actually know. And you know what? When I come on here sometimes, I come across very forceful or assertive, saying, yeah, no, evolution this and Big Bang that and whatever. But I, at the end of the day, I can also say, I don't know, and we don't know. We don't have the answer to what happened before the Big Bang. But does that mean that I should now accept a book that's telling me, well, God did it?
No, this is the thing. You've really conflated two very different kinds of answers, right? Not only does, you know, the verses he quoted are literally the ones that helped spurred on the Muslim scientists in you know, especially in the golden ages, to find out much more. So the view, and I know it keeps coming, and I keep trying to push back on it, and I feel like I haven't clarified it enough, but the idea that the answers in the Quran, like, preclude you from or stop you from, like, going and looking for deeper understanding or deeper explanations to this stuff, it just doesn't
what you're trying to say
doesn't apply when it comes to, you know, a lot of this kind of scientific based stuff, right? However, when it comes to, how should one be, how should one conduct oneself, what are, let's say, objective morality. Morality is either objective or subjective, and I believe that if it's subjective, it becomes so many problems with that. If it is objective, I'll take it from God. Now, so those things are things that where we have answers, even if we don't understand why, because there's a direct answer. Should I, look at women or not look at women? Got a direct answer. Okay, cool. I don't need to understand like psychology and all the different kind of mechanisms in my brain and amygdala and whatever else that contribute to why that's good or bad or whatever. I don't have to dig into all that kind of stuff. I just take okay, good. It is still interesting to dig into other stuff. I do, but I don't need to know that before I can figure out what I do with my life, so I can live my life. And it reminds me of much of one of my parents, when raising me, kept saying, children don't come with a manual of how you're supposed to raise them.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're Muslim and you believe in Quran and Hadith, then you do have a manual. So it's those things in sense in which there's an answer given, and even then, there's very few things which are really unambiguous. Compared to what you might imagine, let's say.
So you know what, this idea that Islam doesn't preclude you from investigating the natural world and doing science.
Not just doesn't preclude, but actively encourages you to.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? What happens when that scientific investigation? Okay, because this is what I think happened. Like during the Islamic Golden Age, everything was cool. They were doing tons of science, huge progress, and everything, right? Obviously, the Mongols come and destroy the House of Wisdom and all of that kind of stuff. And, then I think Muslims were in captivity, or, there was a lot of, anyway, eventually,
the Spanish came down into Cordoba and took out that one as well.
Do you actually know what happened with the Mongols?
I mean, what do you mean? What happened? I mean, I know that the Mongols had the biggest empire that ever existed.
They did, but did you know that they actually became Muslims?
Okay, no, I didn't know that.
And
so Mongolia is Muslim, predominantly
no,
Muslim.
Not Mongolia. The Mongols who invaded.
You mean the Mongols? Okay.
Who invaded the Muslims? They became Muslims, and they actually carried Islam to the rest of the world after that. All right.
Okay.
But
because Mongols settled like everywhere.
Yeah, but when you say carried Islam to the rest of the world, I mean, let's say they weren't the best example that our Ummah has. And I think that period has something to do with the roots of anyone who tries to argue Islam was spread by the sword, because the fact is that's just not
okay.
Spread.
So let me get back to my train of thought though. So after the Golden Age, it took a long time for Muslims, especially in the Middle East, to recover. I mean, you've got in Europe, you've got the industrial age, Enlightenment, et cetera, happening, and I just think it took them a very long time. So.
Why do you think that is?
Why? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go into the geopolitics right now.
No, I just mean because it's quite important. It's because, or at least to me, it's because the whole thing, this rise of science in Europe was basically related to the Vatican waking up and going, oh, we're getting overtaken by the Muslims in all these technological fronts, and they imported a lot of the knowledge and sort of funneled it all into Europe via the churches. They were like one of the major education centers or education providers. They were like the equivalent of like the head of university groups almost. They started funneling more and more, allowing more and more stuff to go into the European realm. Now, what did they do with this knowledge? They focused specifically on war and domination. And then they went and tried to dominate as many as they could in the Muslim Empire, and ever since the Muslim Empire. So yeah, they got knocked down, and then they got held down continually from that day to the present day by constant warring from the Europeans. And that's why they didn't develop their own independent industries as far. You know, they did try and develop lots of stuff, but any development, gets absolutely savaged. And we look at one of my favorite examples of this is the French in Egypt. I mean, Egypt had one of these massive houses of wisdom, one of these, brilliant institutions that had all this knowledge of geometry and astronomy and stuff like that. They had
what was it called? Do you remember?
I don't recall. You can look it up. Yeah, they were famous for them. I can look it up later if you need a name to look up. But yeah, Napoleon specifically set up like an institute there in the middle to kind of funnel off as much information as they could from them. And I remember specifically Joseph Fourier went over there and spent a good few years there working with them. And then he left and suddenly had these amazing ideas that were completely revolutionary. And these ideas happen to be foundational to, they carry through to physics today. And there's a lot of events like that, combined with the fact that when when they went over to these countries, they did literally destroy them as much as they could. And then they destroyed all the evidences. And they because they were literally like parasites. Let's see what we can see value, grab it, take it, and then let's destroy everything that's left. This was the modus operandi. So this is the explanation why Islam didn't, why the Islamic sciences and technology didn't continue to thrive alongside the Europeans coming up. Is because the Europeans immediately used every bit of tech to dominate. Like the moment they got it, the Spanish took all the gold that they'd got from trading in Cordoba and stuff. They went and fought them. They had tons of gold suddenly. They were like, we'll get these Moroccan and other kind of maps and things, and all this newfound ability to navigate, and we'll just whoosh, go around the world and go take out all the gold from the South Americans and so on. It was nuts,
and the French are still colonizing Western Africa, and everywhere else they still take a portion of resources from these lands, right?
Yeah.
The British still have the Commonwealth, right? Where we talk about it as if the progress of different parts of the world is actually not related to the politics of those people. So it needs to be looked at holistically. You cannot divorce all of these different views from and basically come to a conclusion by looking at just one aspect of things, right?
Yeah.
Remember,
not just Muslim countries. There's, I think India was like one of the richest countries in the world, and the British Empire.
25,
the British Empire claims it went and civilized it and made it better. It's like they went and just ransacked it for resources, killed off ginormous amounts of the population. It ended up then being a poor, disheveled hovel. But also the way the British managed the empire was to take, for example, the groups of Brahmins and end up making them the head of the other ones. They, basically messing up the entire structure and picking people to put over other people so that it ends up eating itself. So that even when they pull back, it's now a structure that's like a cell that's been killed and it's on its way down, and it's a miracle it survives at all, and that's the history of why these things have fallen over. It's not because the European view was superior, it's because the Europeans specifically laser focus on domination. And why? Specifically because of their interpretation of the scientific data about evolution theory. Because it dovetailed perfectly with what they viewed before about the different kind of races that there were in Europe. And they always thought that there was going to be some superiority. But when Darwin came along, they're like, oh, no, it's worse than that. One of us is going to win and the rest are all going to die. And so we basically ended up in a Mexican standoff between the Germans, the French, and the Dutch and the Belgians. And the rest is history, as you say. And it's only really after world wars and the sequence of world wars where people went, hold on, we need to change this. And this is when we end up with a Cold War, a New World Order, and so on. It's only really after that anyone was given any chance. However, as long as they bent the knee. And this was one of the reasons why monotheism is the mortal sworn enemy of the secularism, because they won't bend the knee to in general. And we spoke about certain exceptions last week, I think. But yeah. Anyway,
What did you want to show me about the programming thing, by the way?
Yeah.
The analogy.
Yeah, go on. I think yeah, I was going to see if Faisal wanted to wrap anything up on that, but
No. Please do. Once you're done with your analogy, I want to bring up a verse from the Quran that reflects what you're talking about.
So the analogy, or the analogy, and I think it's more than just an analogy. I think it's very deep. For me, the brain, you can think of it as a type of computer. Like each neuron itself is actually quite a complex computing machine, and you can think of it as like a transfer function. Stop me if you need any terms defining, because I think you should get most of it. You can think of it as like a transfer function where the things that are connected into it, and it computes on them, things connect out of it. And so it's not just a simple computer, it is a giant supercomputer, and it's got a switchless network. If you know what switchless networks are, they're used in HPC clusters for because you don't want to deal with the lag and stuff. And for me, the beliefs that one holds, the foundational beliefs or the foundational view, is like the operating system, or rather it's like the kernel of your operating system. So for me, the Shahada would be the very core kernel of the operating system. And then you have like these different kind of system libraries that are built in sort of parts of it. Like the operating system doesn't really do that much for you until you've also got a bunch of system libraries around that do all these various functions. You've got drivers for the various, parts of your body or your sensors and whatever else. And then so this analogy I think is really useful, because when I'm thinking of my atheist to Muslim transition, it really is two different operating systems. I'm going to assume you're a Linux guy. Do you use Linux?
I'm 50-50. I actually use WSL, but anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Ubuntu and Windows. I use both because we have to test our software on both.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a Windows in front of me, and I use Debian rather than Ubuntu, but I'm old school. But the probably shouldn't tell potential hackers.
I'm very old school. I used to use Slackware.
Cool. But I think the reason I didn't mean exclusively use, I just mean you're familiar with the Unix philosophy. So with
I do a lot of Linux kernel programming, by the way. So
excellent.
I'm very familiar.
Oh, good. I probably have you to thank for half my stuff that works then. So you're really familiar with the Unix philosophy and how it differs from the Windows philosophy, right? In terms of programming. So this was, I think, quite a good analogy, because for me, the naturalist view was a lot more like a Windows philosophy kind of operating system, where it's basically a certain ecosystem, and generally other people write separate kind of programs that don't really interoperate that well, and you just pull together whatever you have, whatever you need, whatever you get. And if you're not a coder yourself, you can't really get it to do what you want, right? Compared to for me, Islam was much more like the Unix philosophy, where whenever I went and grabbed pieces, they're all interoperable. They all work together, pretty well, and they worked well on the sort of system libraries. Now, using this analogy again, what's interesting is that when I initially started to engage with Islam, I first of all tried to basically grab the programs. Like when people are, telling me things like, oh, there's angels, exist and stuff. It would be like taking a Unix program and then just trying to run it like straight on my Windows, and it just immediately crashes because it's never going to run, right? It's just completely the wrong architecture. And I'll be like, okay, I'll spin up a tiny little virtual machine. I'll give it 2 megs of RAM, and I'll give it 1% of the CPU, and I'll try and run it. It's like, yeah, it still crashes. What a surprise, And it's like at some point it ended up becoming not really a fair test, and it became like, and it wasn't me doing that maliciously. It was that actually in that operating system, that the Windows one that I had, it was extremely difficult to build a functioning virtual machine that could actually run those other programs from that other viewpoint. and actually do effective testing on it. And so that was basically this big long journey I ended up going on, was being able to build a working virtual machine. And it got to the point where I could now, not even quite fairly compare them, but I almost ended up having to actually go deeper and sort of build an underlying operating system that had two separate virtual machines I could compare. I don't want to extend the analogy too much, but yeah, I wouldn't encourage anyone to go as existential as I did necessarily. It was not necessary on reflection, part of my autism more than anything else. But the main thing is, like, you do need a very, very substantial virtual machine. And if you, for example, had, let's say, a Mac, and you're like, we're like, oh, that's close enough to Debian, I'm just going to try and run this package on it anyway. It's like, nah, it doesn't work. That's the equivalent of like using a Christian virtual machine to run an Islamic concept, right?
Yeah.
And so often you don't realize it doesn't work, someone might think it would work, but it doesn't actually work, or it gives spurious results. Maybe a better example there would be just like chucking an Ubuntu package on a Debian machine, and it starts to work for a bit, and then it just falls over, and then you're just crying like, why? And then you have to pin packages and all this stuff. But so I think the reason this analogy is to say that I do think you need, if you want to have better discussions on this stuff or go deeper in this stuff, I do think we need to do some work building up your running Islamic concepts operating system. So you take, for example, the thing I said before about naturalism can't naturalism would end up encompassing angels if they appeared often enough, and if you only run that in a very small virtual machine, you go, nah, because if one showed up, that would be a supernatural thing that showed up. But like, if you have this concept of angels, we have it, and you can run it for long enough to think, well, hang on a minute, no, because if one showed up to me and I'm not special like a prophet, and they'd be showing up to people all over the time, there would be these things that people like see and discuss that turn up saying God exists, and some people would have the theory that they're sent down by an alien race to take control of us, and you should ignore them. And some people have the theory that they're really are from God, and other people, but whatever, like, as long as you can validate it, it now just becomes part of the natural order, however well we understand or don't understand how they appear as holograms or whatever. So that was kind of, I think, yeah, basically these a lot of these ideas are not as infantile or superficial as they first appear. And I think that operating system analogy will probably, I think we might find ourselves keep coming back to it, as opposed to what can often happen sometimes is like, no, you don't understand, or you don't understand, I'm not saying that, whatever. We can maybe use this language of, this depends on these kind of system libraries, this depends on this kind of virtual machine. And then we can maybe clarify where the misunderstanding comes from, because that is a big part of it, like, I think.
No, absolutely. Well, this is why I ask so many questions. This is why I know that just coming with a Christian worldview doesn't automatically make me understand your concept of
don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to teach you something new as if you didn't know that. I meant just lay it out as an analogy that we can use and point to.
It's perfect. I mean, you can't run the Islamic idea of certain concepts on Christian software. I think it's cool. I mean, it's perfectly good. And the same thing can happen with naturalism. It's difficult to run your concepts on a worldview of naturalism. You just can't, because
it is for sure. But this is the thing where, so often there's, I mean, if you think of discussion before you came on, where Faisal was talking about, we're discussing the contingent being and stuff, and it's like certain naturalist views where they're saying, this could happen, with that, and he's like, no, it's straight to necessary being. Why doesn't that just work? It's because he, mashallah, has always been Muslim. But I remember, like, I didn't throw away. I have a very good naturalist virtual machine still, and I really recommend and run it. I still use it.
You run some software on it to test it. You spin up your virtual machine. Okay, will this work on the naturalist operating system? No.
Well, actually, if you want to take the analogy, it works really well, because often I have to spin up and then test, like, you know, the API, the network connectivity. Is this kind of thing going to work or not? And then whatever's more robust and reliable, then I'll use that in production, or at least in beta testing. And
so this is really interesting, because exactly this point is being emphasized in this in these few ayahs in the Quran, right? So this is Surah Dariyat, right? And this is verse number 20. If you want to know, by the number of the chapter is 51. So there are countless signs on earth for those which show faith. So God is basically, this is what Allah is talking about, that there are signs of His existence which you can find, right, on earth itself. Right now, this is not talking about the heavens or anything else, right? Among those, this is, and there are within yourselves, can you not see? Right now, the second thing that's being pointed out is us as human beings, as our own existences. If you look in our own existences, you'll find signs of there being a creator. Now, when this is pointed out to you and you find signs that there should be a designer, then does it make sense why it's wonderful to actually think about it? I'll continue. What in heavens, your sustenance and whatever you are promised, that's also another sign that this is a different matter. But if you look at these two, 20 and 21, right, it's talking about two things: the earth itself, and when you look at yourself, right, there are signs for you to question: is there a designer? Is there no designer? And then when you see the evidence that is being presented and you analyze it and figure out, okay, which ones make more sense? Us existing because somebody designed us and there's a reason for our existence, or the other one. Now, another one, interesting one that I want
just to clarify, that whether or not it's specifically asking about a creator or signs of designer is something being added in by Faisal. That's not
that's
from the Quran. Because for me it is deeper than that. Like, that's one of the things that you are enjoined to ponder. The, you know, signs for those with sure faith, or, you know, signs for the certain in faith, you know, almost implies that these signs are going to test your faith. You know,
and really, the Quran actually engages with its readers in this particular aspect. It doesn't tell you that, oh, God exists, that's why you need to just believe it. It asks you to find God in His creation, to find the proof that God exists in His creation, because the proof of the existence of God isn't necessarily in just one book or just one sort of statement from someone. It is in everything around us. That's what He's telling us, and this is what's being pointed out in the Quran over and over. Now, one of the things, just like the brother Islam was pointing out, right, the operating system is being identified here, right? For those with sure faith, like, you would take the same and you're coming to a different conclusion. But for a person of faith who can see this, they're actually coming to a different conclusion, because we see the sign that, yes, this proves to us that there must be a designer. Okay. Now,
it's a good point. In fact, just briefly, in the beginning, again, the Quran says, you know, this is this book is a guide for those who believe.
Yeah.
It doesn't guide people who aren't running that kernel.
Yeah, and there are a few other ayahs which I will go with. I'll bring it up later, but there are some other ayahs I'm actually going to bring up. And this is now chapter 3, verse 189. To Allah alone belongs the kingdom of heaven and the earth, and Allah is most capable of everything. Did it jump? I knew it jumped. Okay. Indeed, in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the alteration of the night and the day are signs for those of understanding. Right? Or science for people of reason. So essentially, if you look into this matter and you use your logic, you use your reason, right, you will come to a conclusion that there must be a creator. Like we talk about the creation of the heavens, right? When you allow yourself to use reason and logic to come to a conclusion, you would realize that the only explanation that is satisfactory and gives you a clear idea about how we came into existence and why we came into existence, and all of these are answered, is my arriving at the conclusion that the necessary existence is God, right? And
well, so I would carefully temper that, because I think this is again that's not going to run so well on a naturalist operating system.
I know, but
the reason I say that is, let's look at the tempering I wanted to do, right? It's specifically about, and I know you probably didn't mean to give the implication, I just want to clarify, is it's not actually that the only conclusion you could come to is there is a God. Yeah. There's loads of ways to coming to all sorts of other conclusions, but there was a really key word, satisfactory, in there. And the satisfaction to what? You know, we believe that the soul has a fitra in it, right? And you know, fitra is like this innate nature that doesn't change. So while lots of stuff about us changes, and in ways that can be corrupted by various different corrupt interactions and bad choices or whatever, there's a fitra that doesn't. And so there's this thing of does it appeal to that fitra? Does it reach that fitra? Does it touch that fitra? And the fitra goes, yeah, you know, I like that connects with me as well. And so there's deeper levels or layers of satisfaction in terms of a satisfactory answer or example. And people throughout time obviously have gone to you know, looked at these things and come to various, like the Egyptians and the pharaohs, you know, they looked at the alternation of the night and day and came to the conclusion that there was, you know, Amun and Ra having a battle, you know. Yeah. So it's not you know, it's not saying that
an explanation, but not the satisfactory explanation, essentially.
Exactly. One of the other things, and because when we end up comparing satisfactory, there's you know, truth is fundamental. Truth is very important, but at some point we're limited in our ability to access truth. You know, at some point our aesthetic or emotional factors come into play. And that's where we end up having our souls, you know, tested, as it were.
And I want to add one thing, because I pointed out two things, right? The how and the why, right? Normally what happens, most of the explanations, when you look at them, they're either answering only the how or only the why, right? It's not really, the how is either not linked to reality, like we have with Amun and Ra, or the why is never being answered. Do you understand? Like with a naturalist explanation, or if just a pure scientific explanation, you're either not answering at all, or you're answering only the how this happened, not the why it happened. You can never actually reach that one. That is one of the reasons why it's important to point this out, that with this explanation, you actually have a comprehensive response. I'm just going to continue so that
yeah, because why is often turned into a how question and then answered as a how, as if the answer's a why, and so why ends up being stripped out as a question.
And this is an interesting passage that follows, right? There are those who remember Allah when standing and sitting, lying on their sides, and reflect on the creation of the heavens and the earth. Now, again, those who remember Allah are the ones who are believers, right? And reflect on the creation of the heaven and the earth. And what do they pray? Our Lord, you have not created all of us without purpose.
All of this?
All of this, yes. All of this without purpose. Glory be to you. Protect us from the torment of the fire. So this is definitely, the rest of it is a prayer, but the idea that we're created without purpose, that we exist without any reason. Okay. when you think about that, it is actually something which leads you into a position where you don't really care about anything else. Why does anything else matter if you're the one who is supposed to give yourself purpose and meaning, or your life purpose and meaning, right? And so this is an important thing. When you start reflecting on these are profoundly deep philosophical questions being answered here, right? That need Nate, I just wanted to point this out to you. There's one more that I want to find, and once I do, I will bring it up another time. But Brother Islam, if you want to add anything.
No, I think the only thing I wanted to clarify was sort of, you know, what I'd said before, where it's difficult to talk about, but I believe it is true, but I also believe it is a better viewpoint, and it can be very difficult to understand or reconcile those, because I know from a purely naturalist viewpoint, at least I used to have this idea that somehow underneath everything there was a definitive, objective, one-to-one mapping between words and descriptions we have for processes and whatever and actual ontological reality. That's just not how science
What do you mean?
works. That's not.
What do you mean?
So when we're naming various kind of processes and things like that, there's not, when I say a one-to-one mapping, what I mean is that the ideas we have don't directly connect with an ontological reality that only matches up with that abstract viewpoint. Let me see if I think of a good example. The thing is that all the examples I have are in physics and the history of physics and stuff, where I gave one before where, like, people had the idea of caloric, and then, at some point though that idea fell away because it wasn't so good. But there are other ideas.
Phlogiston.
Yeah, phlogiston. Yeah, another example.
Ether.
So ether is a really good example. Actually, very interesting one, because ether, as proposed by Maxwell, was what's called Lorentz invariant in the first place. But Maxwell was also terribly misunderstood and not understood by most people. And even historians of physics will agree with that. That's why a lot of people relied on Heawiside's work. The whole idea of the Michelson-Morley experiment makes zero sense with Maxwell's idea of the ether, because the ether was supposed to be Lorentz invariant in the first place. So the idea that Michelson-Morley experiment eliminated the concept of ether, well, no, not at all. It eliminated a very bad concept of it. So this is an example where two different groups thought they were talking about the same thing, but they weren't, because they weren't looking deep enough. But I guess the point is that there's, the expression that the map isn't the territory, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is, like, the actual underlying reality, like whatever map you have, there's always a deeper underlying reality, right? And so it's as far as we're going to access with our minds, with our brains, whatever, it's maps all the way down. We're never actually in direct contact with the actual ontological reality, because if we were, we know that these are, the kind of microfluctions we'll never be able to track anyway, and all this sort of stuff. So basically it is a system of maps, and what you can do is update your system of maps and have a more efficient or effective system of maps. And it is important that those maps comport to reality, but there are many different ways of doing so. And so this is sort of this thing that I said to you before about at some point something beyond our reason gets tested, and our hearts and other things get tested, because at some point there becomes two different views you could take. One where it appeals more rather than is fundamentally more rational. It just appeals more for whatever reason to reject there being a manager of everything, and one view where it appeals more to take it, and there be no insufficient evidence or reason for you to differentiate, and at some point you're making emotional choices. Like those need to be identified and considered, and as well, right?
Sure. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Just on the emotion. So the funny thing is, I kind of view your position exactly the same way. That that Islamic answers to many of life's questions are more appealing as answers, but that doesn't necessarily always mean that they're the right answers. Just on Faisal's thing. So yeah, I know that some people don't like me labeling arguments, but basically the argument that you have is the watchmaker argument or the argument from design. I'm very familiar with these arguments. Sometimes I just sit here and I listen to you guys, and I'm trying, I am trying to be courteous, but there's like a million things going on in my mind, and I have investigated this, and I understand the argument. Look around you, look at the beauty of the world, look at the universe, look at all the stars, look at the galaxies. How could all of this come by natural?
When you say you
how
guys,
can you possibly think?
Faisal's made that argument, but I've never made that argument.
Okay, Faisal's making an argument from design. And I understand the argument is very appealing, but yeah, I have considered and contemplated that argument a lot. And that's also the whole argument of intelligent design, right? That's ultimately what they're trying to say. So many times I constantly hear an argument from incredulity. So that is basically, well, I can't see how it could possibly be, so therefore a maker, therefore a creator, therefore it created, a necessary.
That's interesting, because I would have said you're the one that comes with the most arguments from incredulity. Because generally it seems to be like, how else there's a natural explanation. Everything else is rejected by incredulity.
Except the problem is that your position is adding something, and you say that it's less parsimonious. I say that my position is more parsimonious. Sorry, my position is more parsimonious, and you're saying your position is more parsimonious.
Well, and this is where the operating system comes in, because parsimoniality is relative to the operating system you're running.
Right. Well, what you're saying. So here's my view. You're saying a God, a disembodied mind, external from the universe, created this universe. Okay, we have the universe. We can both agree that there is a universe here. Okay, the problem is, from my perspective, you're adding this disembodied brain, external creation force, and that's why it's less parsimonious to me. Because if we already agree that there are natural laws, okay, you might say, well, Allah is guiding them. I'm saying they're unguided, okay? But we have them. We can both agree that there are at least some fraction of natural laws, okay? Then adding something extra needs or requires explanation, okay? So that's why I say my position is more parsimonious, because I'm not adding anything extra over and above natural laws.
No, yeah, I understand. It's very similar to, almost identical with Graham Oprey's view. And with the view I used to hold, but herein lies the rub, and this is where I have a lot of difficulty. Is I've tried to. What I discovered on my own journey was I thought that God was an extra axiom that meant there was more than I had, and it's less parsimonious, right? But what was hidden to me was the ginormous piles of extra axioms and faith in various people and institutions that I had to take in order to make this more parsimonious. And actually, this one extra axiom with what very clearly follows from it replaced that entire pile of junk. And I didn't lose the maths, I didn't lose the physics, but I had a whole different way that was much more elegant of looking at this stuff. Loads of things I no longer had to take as axioms because it all followed from the axioms in the Shahada, right? Because when you have the Shahada, this Allah then becomes defined as defined in the Quran and the Hadith, right? You now, like, it's still from the same one axiom. You've got these 99 names and attributes, which are what? They're various different maximization and minimization conditions. You also have a basic, underlying framework of relation between order and chaos and so on. So, like, I wouldn't expect anyone to see or be able to compare parsimoniality without going pretty deep into the science. But I think, and this becomes this question of where do you put your, at your level, you're definitely making choices of where do I put my faith. You're saying, I choose to, for various reasons, you think it's much more reasonable to trust what's coming from these guys or those guys for various reasons that also depend upon trusting what came from those guys and so on and so forth. And at some point, it does resonate with your own experience as well, and so on. But I mean, do you see what I'm trying to get at? Like,
I understand, but so here's where I think you and I are different. When I think you tried a lot harder to fit everything into a atheistic worldview than what I do. I am a little bit more less. I don't necessarily need to find the answer to everything or have to fit everything into my worldview. Basically, I have one thing. What do you mean? Why am I here? I already told you why I'm here.
If you were satisfied with the answers that you have,
yes,
you wouldn't be coming here to have this conversation. You would actually come here to have a very different conversation. You would come here to tell us that this is the truth, and you guys should come to the truth.
The truth is,
so that is really, because if I feel like I'm on the truth, I would be able to say to everyone else that you're actually not on the right path. Right?
I'm here because I want to understand your worldview.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why I'm here.
Yeah, and Faisal is hypothesizing, and it is a hypothesis that one of the underlying drivers to that is that
there's a better view of
it. Subconsciously feel that there may be a better view out there than you have. And I think that matches up with what you said before as well, because that's part of intellectual humility.
I mean, the other reason why I'm here is because you guys are open to intellectual conversation and dialogue, and that's what I find very stimulating. I don't find that with many of my friends and family.
Here's a question to you, Nate. Do you think whatever worldview you have right now, it has the best explanatory power that you can access right now for your existence, for the existence of the reality that we have, that you have the best explanatory power there is?
Very good question, and I absolutely do. That's my answer.
Okay. Now remember that.
Wait a minute. How are you measuring explanatory power there?
That it explains our lived experience, everything that I see and experience, and the world around me, from geopolitics to this planet and what's happening on this planet to outer space.
Hang on a minute.
The entire universe.
Let's not confuse explains from works as a framework.
Yeah. Because that's
completely separate things. Because obviously, cause and effect will work as a framework for any relationship between any interacting things, right? But it's not in any way an explanation or a theory or in any sense. It's literally just a framework on which you put the fact that things are related to each other. But the relationships themselves come from how we carve reality apart using different words and symmetries in the first place. That's what the brain does to recognize patterns, right? So it's cause and effect is it's just a framework. this comes back to this thing of difference between framework.
Was I
theory,
talking about cause and effect? Because I thought that Faisal was asking me if I believe, and let me try and steel man your position, that you are asking me if I feel or believe that my worldview has the best the most explanatory power, and I'm guessing that I feel fulfilled.
But your but the worldview in terms of explanatory power, as far as I understand so far, it's essentially just the causal network, right? Especially if I take the set of things you pulled in from geopolitics through the science and so on, like what are you pointing at other than the causal?
I actually want to ask that in a different way,
causal.
Right? You know how when
sorry, Faisal, I need to understand this because that means I misunderstood him before. So what else is there other than this causal network framework?
So in terms of ontology, so what is there? What is reality? What do I perceive through my eyes and my senses? What is out there? I'm looking at a laptop right now. I'm talking to you guys. I believe that is all real. Yes, the causal network is one thing. It is one component of that there's causal closure in the universe. Okay, meaning that God or some kind of angel or supernatural thing can suspend the laws of nature in order to perform some kind of action. Okay, contra-causal action, meaning
are these laws
against cause and effect?
Yeah. So again, like laws of nature have been baked into this causal network, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you've got the laws of nature, the stuff.
Yeah.
Everything is in this causal network. So this is what I'm saying. Like there's a framework that you can put things in, which is relating things like cause and effect. But that's fine. But it's not an explanation. It's a framework for talking about stuff.
Can
So
I
what
interject?
more are you asking?
Explanation stuff.
Can I interject for a second?
Hello. Yeah, go on.
No. So basically the problem that's being presented is that we also grant the natural laws, and I think the problem is that you think explanatory power means that you can be satisfied by the fact that the naturalistic worldview meets your expectations quite often for things like biology, geopolitics, and a lot of other things. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the Islamic framework does not have that same natural explanation for that specific thing. On the other hand, the Islamic framework may have more explanatory value for things like why things exist at all or why the natural laws persist.
Let me actually ask it another way, Nate. Maybe this would actually help, and I'll try to link it to something else that we normally do. Right? We had a very workable model for most people in the world. The Newtonian mechanics work perfectly, right? For most people in the world, you can just stick with that, and that's and in school books normally that's what you do, right? That's how you look at mechanics and motion and everything, right? Now there's a reason why we went from Newtonian mechanics to Einsteinian, right? Okay, because it had better explanatory power. It explained some of the questions, it filled in some of the holes that we had. Now you have actually accepted.
There's a number of different reasons for that.
There are. I'm maybe simplifying.
I understand what you're saying. We had Newtonian physics, and then we had general relativity comes along, and it's
what I'm pointing out
it tends to supersede. But
okay, I'll let Faisal finish, and then I'll jump in and explain it.
So when we're looking at your explanations, right? You don't have an explanation for consciousness. You don't have a clear explanation of what life is, what death is, why it's life coming into death, death coming to life. The coming life outside of life, we have the question of where does the universe come from, right? There are limitations, gaps in there, which you're happy to say we don't know, and we probably don't have answers for. And you're basically accepting that as the best explanation, right? Now, my question is, when you don't have answers to them, why are you still accepting them as the best explanation?
But what do you mean I don't have answers to them? Because
You
I think
wanna
I've been
have
able to
any-
answer. There was a bit of a lag there. Am I dropping out?
No, yeah, I think that's
No, you're here.
Okay.
Go on.
Yeah, I don't feel like I've been unable to answer on the mind. I told you, global network, workspace network, whatever. It's basically like the mind works like a theater stage. That's one thing. It's still under experimentation. I understand this is very like kind of reductionist. Well, I'm going to like scientific theories now. So, but basically, my theory of consciousness is a physicalist view. Okay, it's not dualism. Okay, so I do not accept a dualistic concept of mind body. Okay, and in terms of life, I mean, I think I've given you adequate explanation. There's what you're talking about, the cell and being able to metabolism, etc., etc. That's a very reductionist view of life and death. I understand that. But I also enjoy my life. I also love my life. I also love my family. I go out on weekends. Over here, maybe I seem very morbid. Okay,
No,
but actually, I love my life. I love my family. I love speaking to interesting people and meeting new people and going out and yeah. But I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't. And I try and be as good a person as I possibly can.
That's not. And fine, I know you don't do that. You basically pointed that out before as well. But that's not the reason why I'm asking the question, right? If there are better explanations, do you think you have a duty to switch?
But what's a better explanation?
Yeah, this is
because I mean the problem is I've looked into every theistic idea of mind and consciousness that I have access to. Maybe you guys come up with something new, and that's great. Did you guys ever watch that the video recently with Jordan Peterson? Okay, where he was interviewed by the 20 atheists.
Oh
okay?
yeah.
So the one question that one of the atheists posed was, well, do you believe in the god Luno or something like that? Lono, a Hawaiian god. Okay, let me tell you about Lono. And here are all of these attributes of Lono. I mean, we don't have time in life to understand every single freaking god on the planet.
No,
I mean, there's thousands of them. You understand?
That wouldn't make sense to go either. But I think here's the rub, right? Here's the thing. When I was naturalist, right, an atheist naturalist, I used to, when I didn't know something, I would go to, in fact, a lot of it was pre-Google, so I had to go to other sources. I'd go to various encyclopedias and libraries and things, but then, Ask Jeeves and Google were a great boon to my naturalism, because I meant I could just go and grab whatever off-the-shelf explanation I could find. And as long as it somehow passes, and it's like, yeah, that's from a reasonably reputable source and whatever, that would just then be my view. And then I'd grab another one from somewhere else and another one from, and each, say, I have an explanation or I have something. Mm-hmm. It's actually just grabbing lots of different programs. And a lot of it actually is basically like, clicking on a load of random links on the internet and running a load of different programs that you're going to end up with your OS in pieces. And a lot of those programs do contain viruses. And a lot of those programs are not compatible with each other. And this is the problem that I found, is I could look over here and I could say, oh, you know what? I could take this, for example, the zero energy universe, and I could take that. Great. And then answer a question over there and go, oh, I can grab that theory and answer. There's all these theories to grab off the shelf. But can you actually run them all together? Do they actually all interoperate? Or do you just sort of jump from cave to cave and never really assess if they actually all hang together? And this is the situation I certainly found myself in, is that it's highly non-trivial. They don't actually all fit together. And what I really had was an algorithm for being able to reach into a bin of explanations and have one to give until it fell over, and then I could go and reach into the bin of explanations again. And the more I went to speak to more people about their things, there's actually just tons of different ways of doing these selections. And what did it mean to have my belief or my understanding or my view, or like how does that even work? What is mine and what was I just parroting? What did I, and then it became like I had to actually understand it before I could say I believed it, versus something that was plausible. And so if I'm offering explanation, it has to be something I believe, which means it runs natively, as opposed to something that, like, you know, I've picked up the shelf here and yeah, that seems to work, you know. I don't know, that was definitely something that I went through quite a lot, and I see this in a lot of naturalists. The thing is, I'm
going to be as charitable as I can to your position. I'm going to be as charitable, and I'll say that that's pretty much what I do. Okay. And I understand that I do that. For example, this week it might be global workspace theory, right? If a better theory of mind-body comes along, because it's they did experiments on that thing against IIT, and they came out. Global workspace theory came out with a couple of pros, and the other one came out with its pros. But it's not a final theory of mind, right? So that's where fallibility comes in, right? And being able to adapt. And yes, I understand. I'm cherry picking some concepts and stuff to fit into my bag called naturalism, because even metaphysical naturalism by itself doesn't have all the answers, or doesn't even claim to have. Like, for example, ethics and morality. So you'll cherry pick, okay, some virtue ethics here, some humanism there. I understand that. And that's why I'm saying I'm trying to be as charitable to your position as possible. But at the end of the day, yes, maybe there might be some things that don't gel completely together with some other positions. And I'm open to investigating those things. I don't think that there's any glaring ones, like absolutely like, you know, no, these are two completely contradictory views. I don't think that I have any of those, but, you know, it's possible.
So the thing is, we can't really know unless we dig in. And the problem is, like, so the only ones I've been able to potentially dig in where I see what I think are glaring contradictions, which contradict, like, you know, what you think you're running versus what you're actually running. Basically like detecting malware, because you don't think it's running like that, but it is running like that, right? But to go there, we then have to get into stuff like, you know, in quantum physics. And this thing, for example, in virtual photons, where you know, at one point you asked a question or searched in a certain way that said, oh no, these things have real measurable outcomes, you know, so they're basically real. And then another time was like searching, going, oh no, these things are just bookkeeping devices, like, you know, and those two views.
So we can see their effects, for example, you know, but they're not actual particles. That's what I understand.
Well, so the thing is, to use that usefully, we'd have to go into more detail than you probably actually want to. But what I'm getting at there is because the reason I was using that in the first place was to talk about the nuances between the connection between the framework and ontological reality, and what gets proved and not proved by experiment, the relationship between experiment and fact or theory and so on. And this is where I thought, you know, it's an example of where, you know, sometimes you don't realize there are incompatibilities. And
I still don't see the incompatibility.
I know.
Particles are part of naturalistic worldviews. The same as dark energy and dark matter, and they might be completely bunk, right? They might not even exist. But it doesn't matter, because if it's a testable experiment, it's not that they can't be folded in. It's not that they can't be folded into a naturalist worldview. Of course they can. That's not the point. The point is whether you, as an individual human being, whether you end up thinking about things in ways that are incompatible and not realizing there are the incompatibilities, because that's certainly what I found. There's a lot of things where the equivalent is like, you know, your program's running and then it just crashes, but it's okay because it just something else reboots again afterwards. Or, oh, never mind, I'll just download a new version and replace it in there and just crack on, and never actually diagnose the underlying issues.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I think there are underlying discrepancies where you put a level of faith in something that you don't think is faith. You think it's actually just basically expressing evidence. And I think, you know, that when you're talking about how parsimonious or simple something is, or how effective something is as an explanation versus a system of naming things, you know, I think that these underlying things, you know, if essentially a lot of the conversation has been as if like as if it's like, you know, naturalism here is like this is your view and this is my view, and you know, let's see if one you know, one can come up with something the other one can't explain. But I would expect both sides, you know, a creator that can create anything and a system that's basically just anything we can measure, you know, anything we can call real is something that is in a causal network. Like, I would expect both of them to be able to come up with, you know, explanations or be able to hold, you know, almost anything. So
they're world views. They're supposed to at least be able to answer as many of those questions as possible.
Right. So, but this is the thing. It's not just about answering many questions. It's about how well does it comport to reality, and it's about how effective is it as an operating system for my brain, and for my heart, and for my life. And you know, there's what are the criteria?
And that's the thing. I feel like my worldview is better at determining reality, the real reality out there, than what yours is, because yours opens yourself up to too many interpretations, too many things that could exist but don't in reality.
Do you know why that's hilarious? Is because you're opened up to looking at all these different theories of physics or psychology or whatever as explanation for things, but I'm the one that's actually going and doing the you know, the maths and the reading and you know, to the level to actually you know, validate or see, you know, what is more plausible or not more plausible. Because here's the thing, here's the and this is something I don't know how to get across properly, is what is presented to laymen is not what is actually believed by scientists. It just isn't, especially in physics. Because what happens,
I'm aware.
Physics is you know, is communicated by this you know, it's such a layer of discrepancy that,
like, for example, the electron and electron fields, right?
Electron's a good example. Like, so but the only problem with the electron example is, like, it doesn't really affect your day-to-day life if you're wrong about the electron, right? More or less. However, I would pretty much guarantee that you're going to have concepts of fundamental particles floating around your ontology, right? You're gonna be thinking of things as being built up of fundamental particles. Every time you do that, you're actually wrong, because there's no way.
I don't. But I don't.
No, but I mean,
I don't.
What do you mean you don't?
I mean, I don't think that everything is just made of particles. I mean, particles.
But then
you're talking about everything. Hang on a minute. No, wait. You said everything was chemistry before in life and everything like that.
Yeah. I mean, but what I mean is fundamentally everything is. Okay.
But that's the.
If quantum field theory is correct, then everything is part of the quantum field, right? And each one of those particles, even a proton or electron or whatever, is just an excitation in one of those fields. Okay, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't actually matter.
Well, this is why I said was the only problem is that it's not going to affect your daily life choices as to whether or not you're right or wrong about the electron. Right, but this is the thing. Then why are those explanations there in the first place? What's the point in having them? Like, what in what sense can you think they're true or not if you're not able to evaluate whether the idea in your head is accurate or not?
Look, from a naturalistic point of view, I don't think that everybody who is a naturalist has to go down to understanding quantum fields and stuff like that.
That's not what I'm saying.
Just look around.
That's not what I'm saying. Yeah.
I just want to. So that's your example of why I might be, you know, let's say delusional. I'm gonna with the best bit of charity.
I was going to say misled.
Okay. I don't want to say something about. Give you an example.
I just want to clarify it. You know, the concept of having a false sense of security.
Yeah.
right? And because this is as
Yes,
a computer
yeah.
guy, right? It's so
Yeah,
dangerous
yeah.
to have a full sense of security regarding it.
Sure,
And
sure.
I think that's what naturalism sort of forces you to have regarding like the truth or strength of the theories from the various places you have to import them. This is the rub.
And one other thing I wanted to point out, you actually, when you were explaining our position, you pointed out how we've opened ourselves up to certain answers that you feel
Yes.
are basically putting us out there. Sort of the implication was that we shouldn't be allowing ourselves.
Okay, opened up to more things. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm going to give you an example of what I mean by that.
Wait. I just
Sure.
want to point out to you that if you look at it in the inverse, aren't you then saying that I am limiting myself significantly and not addressing other options that are out there on how things could be, and that your worldview is more narrow-minded than our worldview?
So
bearing in mind,
it
could be that there is something that you can have cured that really does affect, so not an electron, but something that really affects your life that could be cured with a prayer that you've locked yourself off from, right?
You have brought this up before, and I'm going to repeat my answer, which is yes, I understand from your point of view that I'm limiting my options, the scope of my options, right, to purely naturalistic explanations for pretty much everything in the world. Okay. So yes, I understand from your perspective, I'm limiting my options to only naturalistic explanations, but for me, those tend to give me a better grounding, better sense of reality, better explanatory power in once a suitable explanation is found. And I understand what you're going to be thinking. Well,
given
because this is going along with his worldview.
No, I mean, no. Given everything we've said, I don't know how any of that's sustainable.
So I'll give two examples. I'm going to give two examples. I can give more, but let's say, for example, we got so you know what NDEs are, near-death experiences, right? Okay. So I feel people have near-death experiences, okay, but it's not to be interpreted like some kind of supernatural event. The brain gives us all of our sense of reality. It's our entire perception of reality. When the brain is, under anesthetic, okay, and it's waking up, circuitry basically is scrambled. But none of those near-death experiences have been properly verified, and nobody has come back from a total brain dead state. Okay, once the brain, when you declared brain dead, clinically brain dead is a very different category of death than his heart stopped or some amount of brain activity stopped. You can still have a near-death experience, but I don't believe that those things are supernatural. Now, a theist is more prone to interpret those types of events in light of their worldview and be more enticed or be more like, wow, use it in conversation. These people, they've had near-death experiences, they've seen the light, they've seen a tunnel, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say, is that those types of things...
Well, hang on a minute. Just to clarify, so there are certainly some types of spiritual belief and whatever where you're more likely to be misled by something like a near-death experience, but Islam isn't one of them, because Islam walks a very neat, clear line between what a valid epistemology, what you can actually draw from things, what you shouldn't draw from things, and so on and so forth. So it's not that everything that involves spirituality leaves you more open to being misled. Now, it could also be that there are some experiences where, for example, a jinn has actually been messing with you, but because you refuse to believe in them, actually it gets away with messing with you, and you've left yourself vulnerable in that sense. That
Muslims have reported near-death experiences.
Yeah, of course, but crucially, but I didn't say they wouldn't have or report near-death experiences. So careful what you're doing. I just
So
said
then I don't understand what you mean, because if Muslims are reporting that they've had NDEs,
but what did I say? I said being misled regarding the nature of their experiences or what conclusions they draw from those experiences.
I actually
right, which is a very different statement to whether or not they have them, because I very clearly said, if a Muslim has a near-death experience, the point was that Islam protects you from being misled. This is the point I'm trying to make. But this is why I'm saying, again, it could be that actually there are things like jinns that are messing with you, but you refuse to believe or see them, right? And so they can continue causing harm. Whereas if you could see, and I don't mean just literally visually, but if you could detect, because you're like, that I got it, he's messing with me again. Like I know the subtlety, I know the pattern, I know the work. That's a whisper.
Yeah. So is Allah allowing the jinn to whisper in your ear? Yeah.
Yes. That's part of the whole shtick.
So,
hang on. I got to finish this thought, right? So the point is, naturalism can also mislead, and the only way it could not is if all of this stuff, is a priori false. If it turns out that Islam is true, then clearly naturalism does mislead, because it leads you to not see things that would be very useful in your life. And remember that the usual suspects quote, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was to convince the world it didn't exist. So don't be so sure that naturalism is not misleading you either, right? That's sort of the end of the day.
Sure, of course. I mean, our worldviews are completely mutually exclusive. If mine is right, yours is wrong. If yours is right, mine is wrong. I mean, it stands to reason.
No, so our worldview includes your interpretations, right? Not fully, but it actually, let's say that's the case. But for this particular thing, NDEs, right? I just want to ask you, do you deny that NDEs are real experiences? Are you saying that?
No.
Okay. So
they're to the person experiencing, they're gonna be a real kind of experience. To the problem is that people over exaggerate like these NDEs. They'll blow it out of proportion. If somebody says, I had this experience when I was unconscious, and people are starting to ask questions, sometimes people tend to elaborate. So I fully believe that some people would have some kind of experience, even when they're hearing the doctors in the room, or they're coming out of an anesthetic, or even, just hearing noises or seeing things. Okay. But I don't believe they're having some kind of supernatural, out of body experience.
Yeah, but how do you explain those out-of-body experiences where they're having almost a third-person perspective? That's what a number of people.
It doesn't. The thing is, Faisal, honestly, I can tell you, because I've been here. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're in a position where you believe, that, as we do that, a brain is basically, the only way we're actually accessing these experiences. It's like Descartes' meditations, right? Imagine a demon that's able to mess with all your thoughts, all your memories, and all your sense data. You could end up with anything going on in there. So it's the wrong thing to do to say, how do you explain? Because all it's doing is encouraging, go conjure up something. It doesn't need to be even very well tested as an idea. It just pull it out of a bag. There probably isn't a good scientific test in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is where I was actually getting to. Like, how would you actually, for any particular experience that you have, number one, it cannot be reproduced, right? So what type of science would you do there? And
I mean, you're asking questions. You're like a detective, right? You're going to be asking the person questions.
So Nate, the reason why I'm asking this is, on what basis, on what grounds are you coming to the conclusions that you are coming to? What is the evidence that you have on which you're basing your particular conclusions?
Okay, so in my worldview, you can't have an out-of-body experience. Okay, everything is interpreted in your mind. There's no you standing and seeing yourself you can picture yourself, but you can't actually physically like stand there next to yourself and see yourself sleeping on the operating room table.
But you could have exactly that experience.
Sorry?
But you could have exactly that experience.
I mean, you could fake it. I mean, you could think that you did. You could be delusional.
Mm.
So that's a question I'm asking, because you beg the question there, definitely, because you're saying in my worldview you cannot have anything other than a naturalistic explanation.
Sure.
And then you're trying to fit this event, which is definitely not explaining, the description of the event is not naturalistic. It does not talk about the body. The person is not seeing from his body. It's bending the laws of what you would consider as natural, right? If not breaking,
yes,
definitely bend. Now you, Nate, what you're doing here is, instead of accepting that there may be some explanation outside of my current epistemology, you're forcing yourself to fit this in your epistemic framework.
I understand.
Right?
Yeah.
So do you think you're being you're justified in doing that, or are you actually denying it for your convenience only, just because you're not willing to change your epistemologic point of view?
So I've read NDEs, I've read these descriptions of these guys having out-of-body experiences, and nothing leads me to conclude that they had that happened in reality. Let's say they might believe that they did, okay, but the explanation of what was happening is so sketchy and dodgy that it's full of holes and contradictions and whatever. There's just absolutely no credible evidence that people are actually having an out-of-body experience, okay,
what
other than being delusional.
What gives you the impression, or makes you think that you have accurately understood what they were trying to convey from that experience in order to be able to make the assessment?
I mean, I can only go on the testimony of the people investigating these types of things, right?
Right. But what I'm getting at there is, if somebody's giving a testimony from a framework which is different from your own framework, how are you going to be able to assess it in a way where you can give it a fair assessment? It could, because you can get the impression you've understood what they said, but if you've got a different framework, you're going to have a totally different thing going on in your head than they were trying to explain, right?
If somebody came out of one of those things and they said, well, the doctor, he did this, and okay, so you can still hear things. They would have to point out something that they absolutely could not have known, that was not spoken in the room, that was potentially done to them, or something. I don't even know. It would be very difficult to.
But there are plenty of those such stories where people all sorts of things they couldn't have known any other way and all that kind of stuff. But then it becomes, well, okay, now I don't believe that story. Right now I distrust the source, or because at the end of the day, whatever's going on, none of it's going to make you give up your naturalism, and your naturalism precludes any of it from being true.
No,
right?
If there was something that was really credible in these stories and really compelling to me, because the problem is, a lot of people that are doing these types of ad hoc investigations they might be doing some research to do a book or something like that. But when these experiences come under critical review, they fall apart, all of them.
Yeah,
I've looked at a lot of them. So yes, I understand what you're trying to say. I'm trying to fit this thing, and I'm precluding any kind of supernatural explanation. I understand that, but what I'm trying to tell you is that you, as a theist, would be more open to myself. In your position, would be more willing and more open to a supernatural explanation, and maybe that's just me. Maybe you guys are more resilient than me, but in your worldview, having your worldview, I would be more open to a supernatural explanation than a purely naturalistic explanation.
Here's the thing. Remember, this word supernatural has basically no role. in the Islamic viewpoint in the first place. Remember, like it's something we have to struggle with because you need to use that word and it doesn't work.
Suspending the laws of nature, because how do you have an out-of-body experience?
It doesn't suspend the laws of nature at all. It suspends the laws of consciousness as you perceive it as being something that emerges within a material brain. It doesn't suspend our world as we see it at all. It could be, it could not be. I don't know if I can trust these people or not. You know what I mean?
So we're not going to accept anything that is going to come to us just because we have a theistic worldview, right? We are skeptical just as much as you want to be skeptical, but you're obviously overly skeptical because you're denying certain evidence just as, oh, this is untrue because you cannot.
No, actually, I think I'm much more skeptical than Nate on a lot of things because Nate reads some quick snap stuff from like sources, especially on the physics. I've seen it, right? It's like, that'll do, you know, and whereas I'm super skeptical of these ideas that come from the scientists, and I do a lot of work on it because of that. So actually, I think I'm more of a skeptic. And
but somebody is going to come to me.
Things happen.
Yeah, if somebody is going to come to me and say that this is their experience, right? I'm not going to just believe it just because somebody is telling me that. I'm going to question them. I'm going to ask them to make sure that it makes sense. And this, for me, the fact that I would accept their evidence would be based on a number of matters. Number one, is this person, do I know this person? Has this person ever come up with made up versions just to, like, you know how some people like to boast or some people like to do certain things just to do that? I would be more skeptical about that individual's story. Whereas someone,
what happens if your mother or your sister or your father or somebody came to you and said, "Well, I saw an angel in my room"? They've never lied to you. You have no reason to believe that they're lying. Are you going to believe that?
I ask them questions about it. I wouldn't believe it just because they are saying, "Oh, I saw an angel." Right? I do believe in angels, and I do believe angels can appear to human beings as well. Right? But just because I believe in that doesn't mean I'm actually going to believe in the idea that this event that they're describing happened to them in the way that they're describing.
Yeah, you certainly don't believe and you know, whatever they say, and especially if it's things like seeing angels, right? That's where you have to be extra careful about what.
So you guys seem a little bit more rational, but I can tell you now, I know a lot of theists who are far more susceptible to these types of stories and in, you know, all kinds of, like, I don't know,
but they don't have Islam. This is what
non-naturalistic claims.
No, but I carefully distinguish that Islam isn't a general theist position. It has built-in checks and balances and so on, to you know, in terms of all this kind of stuff. So, because the thing is, a lot of the stuff you're talking about with NDEs, you know, wouldn't check out anyway. This is why I was talking about, not that they wouldn't report them, but they wouldn't, you know, necessarily be as misled as you think people could be. But again, a lot of them would, you know, would not be. You know, if someone thinks they saw an angel or saw a jinn or whatever, the answer could well be they have a psychological problem. That's also on the table, right? And so both are on the table. It's not like, oh, well, you saw a jinn, it's going to be that. It's not going to be psychology, right?
And you know, I'm in the same boat as you. If my mother came to me and she said she saw an angel, I'm not going to say, well, no, you didn't. It was all in your head and you're crazy or something like that, you know. I'm going to be sympathetic to the position.
That wouldn't just be mean. It would
ask questions. Okay. But, you know.
No, but the thing is, though, think about this carefully, because remember your epistemology. Remember, everything comes to us through sense data, right?
Yeah.
So what does it mean for it to be an illusion? What does that even mean? If an angel's supposed to appear to someone, right? And your mother says, you know, I had this experience of an angel appearing to me. Well, that's sense data.
Well, did you touch it? Was there light coming out of it? Do you think that it could have been all in your mind? Was it seeing an angel in your mind's eye, or
right? Exactly.
Those are very cynical questions. That's not how we would actually approach this at all.
Well, it's not in the real life with your mum if she's just running reporting that. Yeah, you would do it more delicately. However,
Yeah, I would be
those
more
would be the things you would want to try and figure out to be like, is this a symptom of some kind of early onset mental disorder? I need to take it to a psychiatrist. Has she just taken a meds or something? Or is this what is this? Now, this is the thing. As a naturalist, you would be dead set for sure there's a psychological problem. There is no other answer. However,
well, if it comes to that, yeah, if she's very persistent, and yeah, I definitely saw it. Yeah,
right, exactly. And I think this goes back to answer the question.
Maybe nothing is wrong with her. That's the point. What we're trying to say.
Nothing's wrong with her.
There's nothing wrong with her, and she actually had that experience. Now, there's no way of proving that experience to you because this is a subjective experience. It may be only visible to her, right? And that could be the very case, right? Now, when it comes to you, your reaction to it might actually be too far-fetched. You may actually put her in the institution just because, she's probably losing it.
No, I would be sensitive. No, I would be sensitive.
I know you would be sensitive, but the point
would,
is that you're more likely to be
I wouldn't say in terms of more likely. I think the point is you would be in some sense dispensing with or suspending your naturalism and going based on and saying at this point I'm taking over, my moral self is taking over from my rational self, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is the thing, and this is quite interesting because I often had to do this as well as a naturalist. Was it flips between my rational and moral self, and one has to dominate.
And for us,
in Islam, keeping the two in tune with each other and always a sort of an interlock is very, very important. And I think this worldview has allowed me to be more balanced in that sense. It's given me a lot more humility, because there's so many times before where I'd say, no, we know, but actually we don't necessarily know. And I think I think I think that's a good amount of open-minded combined with skeptical, but I'm not overly skeptical, and I'm not dedicated to one particular framework. This is one of the big rubs I have with naturalism, is it does dedicate you to a causal linkage framework, and that does exclude you from taking, for example, teleological related frameworks. And teleological frameworks are incredibly useful. They work really well. They map to reality very well. They're in fact indispensable in a lot of physics. But just that you have to study quite well to find them. So, at some point, it can be. You end up asking the question like, okay, so it's not necessarily keeping me closer to truth. It's not necessarily, better as a framework. Like, it comes back to this question of what is a good framework? What is a good theory? How do you compare the goodness of two theories? How do you optimize or choose the optimum operating system? And this is the conversation I think that we haven't had accurate enough. And when we try and go into it, it ends up sort of going on to these various different points of discussion, which are really around the central, like those points aren't going to lead somewhere unless we have this really good idea of, what makes for a better belief system. What is the optimization function? What is the evaluation function? I gave mine before, but the idea that one of them finds truth and the other one doesn't, it doesn't work. That's not how it works. You know what I mean?
Well, I've already conceded that I don't see naturalism as a good fit for everybody. I mean, my mom is one of them. She grew up Christian. She's already 60s, 70s, whatever.
Oh, I didn't mean generically for everyone. I meant for you specifically, because when we in our earlier discussions, when you sort of gave your own etymology and your view of what makes a good theory and so on. For me, that doesn't seem to match up so well with a lot of our later discussions. Maybe maybe revisit them. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I just understand you better now. But I think a proper discussion on, what makes one viewpoint better than the other. And I'm not talking about the bits that you grab and pull into your running.
It's going to be hard to ascertain. It's going to be very hard to ascertain.
But I think it's a really a key and very important question, because it's and there's a crucial difference I've been trying to highlight between not the things that you pull in as a naturalist and run on naturalist OS, but how do you evaluate one OS versus another? And which one would you run as your base OS? And
which one best comports to reality but the problem is your concept of reality, which includes being in control of all natural processes, is difficult to separate from mine, where
So I don't think you're going to be able to find it at the end of a microscope or in end of a reaction in a test tube or anything like that. In fact, if you wanted to go down the detective kind of route, I do think the only way to do that is to go very, very deep in the Sirah, so the story, the history, the life of Muhammad, and in the Quran, because those are the only exceptions, if you like, that I think the more you learn about them, the more absurd rationalist explanations become. Superficially, it's easy.
Very good point.
Not rationalist, sorry, a naturalist explanation. Superficially, easy. Try and pick off various different bits individually, easy. Try and get the whole lot together and have one naturalist explanation for the whole lot. It just gets increasingly difficult. But
I wanted to do that. Now, one of the other things, Nate, the fact that you're actually conceding that naturalism is not for everyone, right? To me, that is a telltale sign that it cannot be the truth, because if what is true should be universal, everyone should be able to ascribe to it and be satisfied with it. So we would actually make the claim that Islam actually is for everyone, right? We wouldn't say that Islam is only for some.
I don't think that's right.
Others.
I'm not sure about that. Because the thing is, we know that there are people who will not accept it. Abu Lahab's one example, right? We know there are people who.
True. But what I'm trying to point out is the idea, like how naturalist was saying, that he concedes to the idea that naturalism is not going to allow everyone to be happy. For Muslims, though, for Islam, if you're truly following Islam, it's going to actually impact you positively if you're following it truly.
The thing is, though, it's almost a cheat to say that, because Islam will only be granted to people for whom it will make them happier. It won't be granted to everyone. You see what I mean?
No,
so we can't make a universal claim about all humans, because that would be beyond what we can claim from the Quran, right?
That's what I'm trying to point out here, is that it is in confirmation with reality, and people would actually be able to, once they've ascribed to it, they would actually be able to improve themselves if they've ascribed to it and follow it effectively.
I think it comports to reality incredibly well.
And I'm comparing that with what Nate pointed out about his own view, right? That he concedes to the idea that naturalism isn't for everyone. It's actually going to make certain people really sad. Really, they might not actually be happy at all, right? You're able to rationalize in some way, but naturalism, if every human being was just a naturalist, right? We're going to have very sad, very depressed population out there.
Yeah. I mean, for my mother, because she grew up as a Christian and believing all of this type of stuff, to change a worldview is very, very difficult. I think it's different if you're born with, so even though Islam Hakim is Muslim now, it was, to some degree, it was a little bit, it was easy enough for him to live an atheist. Okay, obviously he came into contact with his Muslim friend, but what I'm saying is he was generally okay. I don't know. Were you very nihilistic and depressed all the time? Because I've gone through phases like that as well.
I mean, it's interesting. You know what? I was probably a bit more personal. I was planning to do on live things, but I'll say it anyway, because I didn't. There were so many problems I had that I didn't realize I had. And actually, it was
Yeah,
when
but you're talking about like a worldview now. What I'm talking about, like your lived experience, where you're generally happy, like where you're generally happy to wake up in the morning and go to work and do and live your life. You know?
I didn't really understand what happiness was. It's a very dark life, a very dark place, a very dark time. That's a lot of that stuff is for the therapist only. Let's not go down that.
No, it's fine. So,
but I mean,
look,
at the same time,
I concede that it's not for everybody. I concede that.
But at the same time, though, what I would say is, I did have a bunch of friends and things, and I did go out and I played guitar a lot and things, and I went to gigs and I did all this kind of stuff. Like, it superficially appeared to be good and as a life. And when I was measuring myself by the measures I'd been given, and according to those measures, I was supposed to be happy, and that's what happy meant. But also bear in mind, I'm autistic and got raised like with that basically beaten out of me and other kind of stuff. And so that it's a really messy example. But at the same time, I was very much holding on to it dear life, and I hated the idea of religion or God. So it's a very weird situation. It's not the
yeah, you were very militant though.
Yeah,
I'm not militant.
But this is the thing. So I wasn't trying to escape from it. It wasn't like I was really sad with it, and I'm trying to escape my worldview. But when I became Muslim, and the difference between the two, then I'm looking back on my previous worldview, and I went, wow, how impoverished was that? I just didn't know it. I just couldn't see it.
I hear you.
So, but yeah, the thing is, it's not about. I think comporting to reality is very fundamental. But that was also something you should expect of something that's from God, right?
Yeah. And the thing is that your worldview will tend to seem to comport to reality a lot because it's had the progress that it's had. It's trying to give meaning to life. It's trying to tell you, these are what God expects of you. These are the rules and laws and guidelines for civil, discourse and living in society. And this is what God expects of you, etc., etc. So yes, yours is very concerned about, I'll say control, but guiding people, right? So it's whereas naturalism is not really about people. It's not people focused. That I think is the difference, right? Islam, Christianity, most religions are people focused, right? They're focused on the tradition. They're focused on the prayer, interaction with people, and naturalism is not. It's not.
No, I agree. Which is interesting because that comports so well with the theory that it's from the shaitan. It's about distracting you from what's important, which is the people in the relationships, and it's about hiding those things. So yeah, I mean, yeah, that matches up.
So here's a question, Nate: if every human being was a naturalist, do you think we would be in a better world or a worse world than what we are right now?
That's a crystal ball question. That's tough.
I don't know, man, because I honestly a lot of. But I can say a lot of atheists. I go into Discord, and some of the atheists just do not treat people nicely. But then I go into some Islamic,
that's the thing,
or Christian ones, and you get half. So it depends on the people. I can't give you a broad brush stroke for every single human and say where it's going to be a net positive or net benefit.
So let's do a thought experiment. Try to iron it out, right? What might have happened? What could happen? Let's say if everybody is a theist, right? And let's take it specifically the example of Muslims. Like, if everybody is a Muslim, what are the guiding principles that you have for any action or any inaction that they would do, right? It is, number one, to please God. Is this what God has commanded us to do? Or is this what God has told us not to do or refrain from it, right? So what are the things that are being commanded to do? Save a life. What are the things that are being told not to do? Do not take a life. Things that are being commanded to do: take care of your parents, take care of the neighbors, take care of your the orphans' children, right? Treat your wives the best way, right? Give everybody their right, okay? Even if somebody has overstepped their boundary, taken a right from you, right? Leave it to Allah. Give it, give them mercy. Show them mercy if you want Allah to show you mercy, right? Those are the guiding principles. All right.
Mm.
Now, that's the kind of society that if everybody was a Muslim, that's primarily the guiding principles within Islam. Okay,
Just
people
to,
can go
just to
against it.
add a bit of color on that, what's really important to highlight a difference between that and what emerged from, you know, the various kind of secular worldviews, is think about the social state, right? The need to take care of the elderly, the sick, all this kind of stuff. You know, the whole welfare state and everything about it, you know, wouldn't need to exist if everyone's living as a Muslim. People would even struggle, and there were times when people struggled to even find people to donate their obligatory charity to, because it is so deep and foundational that you know, you look after the people in your family, and you know, that's not. Some people have grown up in really nice families, especially ones that have you know, various important religious values, and you know, I think that's quite normal. But it, you know, it is so common for people who think that you get this one life and that's all you got, and life is about consuming as much as you can from this material world, or maximizing your life, you know, trying to get as much out of it, that they end up losing sight of their the family relationships. And there has been a growth in the welfare state in response to that. We see that everywhere. Like, that's a common social diagnosis, right?
Yeah, but to finish off that, right, like the social evils that we have, there's no alcoholics, because alcohol is not a thing in Islamic society. There's no gambling, so no gambling debts, no crippling of the family structure because of gambling debts and things like that. No interest in a society, right? And so essentially inflation would be controlled. It will be positive inflation, because inflation, one of the biggest reason for inflation is actually interest, right? Then you don't have drugs and these type of things, right, in the society. So a lot of these are controlled in Islamic society. That's what Sharia actually does, right? It prevents the focus on luxurious items, right? Fulfill your needs being food, water, having a house, and all of these are sort of responsibilities of the state. If a person does not have food, water, basically they don't have necessary things that they need to live, right, a life with dignity, they're actually provided all of that. Now compare that to what a naturalistic society would look like. If everybody was a naturalist, what would be the driving forces in that society that you can tell me would compare to what we've just talked about?
So if you took, for example, a humanistic framework, or the UN human rights,
but you're
article.
coming out of the naturalistic paradigm completely now, right? Because that's now saying that, okay, I have to take off my naturalistic hat, either put the humanistic hat or this other hat or that other hat. Now here's a question. This is actually sorry, go ahead.
So I don't have to take my naturalistic hat off to put on a humanistic hat. Humanism is a naturalistic framework of morals and ethics. But I'll let you carry on.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because, number one, there's no consensus on what this is, right? Or what the moral framework would be. One naturalist can accept one framework, another can accept a different framework, and so on, right?
Mm.
Do you agree to this?
Okay, but let's say, for example, we take a country that is ruled by Sharia law. Okay, and I hate to point this out, but I mean, you've got tons of examples right now. And I understand that you guys.
I'm not saying a country. The example that we're looking at, we're saying the whole human population is following just one framework, and we're going to compare those two frameworks when they're in one framework versus the other, right?
I think the thing, one of the things that's coming to this is an important distinction is that, you know, humanism, for example, is not a naturalist framework for morals and ethics at all. It's naturalism compatible, but it doesn't arise from naturalism. It's not a corollary. It's not a logical consequence of naturalism. Like it's not, they're not interlinked and interwoven with one another. It makes moral sense to a lot of people for various reasons, but they're not something that is laced together, right? And whereas in Islam, these things are laced together. The everything from your, you know, how does this work, this function, all the way up to, you know, what's the right thing to do in this trolley problem, you know, all of this stuff is in one unified intellectual landscape. And this sort of goes back to what I was saying before about whether something seems to be more of an issue of reason or more of an issue of heart, and you can end up being torn in different ways. Whereas in Islam, there tends to be a neat balance, and so you don't get like such a rapid differentiating or dividing of people on two sides of a fence. And I think you see in our politics, like all over the place, in secular politics, that I don't think you see so much in Islamic countries. But that's getting slightly off the point.
I think people, humanists, would disagree that it doesn't follow. If you want to, if you are a naturalist and you want to find a way for humans to flourish, okay, then these would be guiding principles for you. And if you ever read the Humanist Manifesto, you'll understand why, because it's very naturalistic.
Well, it's I mean, it's very clear. Last version I read of it was very clear that it doesn't exclude spiritualists and so on. It was important to it to keep re-emphasizing that, actually, and so that means it's explicitly not naturalist exclusive. Let's put it that way.
So,
but more importantly as well, remember this thing that you had to add an if to naturalism. You know, if you want to. Then, you know, optimize
sure, of course.
And so this is where
if you accept that you want to have human flourishing, then we need to agree. Well, this is what's called a social contract, right? I can't just go around hitting people in the face. We have certain social.
But this is the thing, because actually, if you're saying, well, you know, humans flourishing, I mean, that's pretty weak, because it's to start with, because you think, okay, what does flourishing mean? Some people will just mean, oh, what you mean? There'd be more humans. Some people will be like, oh no, utility, you know, net happiness, and you know, people have all these different kind of views of measuring what you know, the optimization question is and what you're optimizing for. And that already starts splitting people apart. So it's actually highly non-trivial to make this a decent jump that connects naturalism to any moralistic framework. And this all comes back to the fundamental: you can't get an is from an ought. Sorry, you can't get an ought from an is. You can get an is from an ought. You can't get an ought from an is. And so the question is always, okay, naturalism is just the is. And so how are you going to then bridge to the ought? And that becomes a bunch of people who are essentially building the plane while they're flying it. And you know, that comes with its own inherent problems. And so that's the thing that you would be comparing then. And there would necessarily be splintering or dividing, like, and that it would keep happening that way. And that's what you're comparing to a functioning self-contained ecosystem of thought and ethics.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Nate, when we talked about this, right, you jumped to the idea that if we want humans to flourish, right, what if the driving force behind the thought process is that we want the Nazis to flourish and not the other humans, or we want the
Careful to say things you don't want clipped.
right? So, or we want I'm actually bringing it up because it shows historically we've done that, right? Human beings have actually segregated themselves into these smaller cohorts, and basically one cohort has more of a right than the other cohort. Now, what is preventing that from happening in the naturalistic worldview?
Well, it's actually worse than that, because
the driving force behind all of this thought process, the moral the moral law that is going to be established, is naturalism, and not some other naturalism plus 1 or plus 150, because there could be 150 different interpretations of whatever humanism, whatever number of isms that you want to add there, right? That could be moral frameworks that you want to use. Which one is coming from naturalism as a natural consequence of becoming a naturalist?
Sorry, just say that again. What
is the natural consequence? But once you say I'm a naturalist, now you have to adopt a certain framework.
Yeah.
Right? It's a natural consequence of you being a naturalist that you're going to adopt a particular framework A, and not framework B. Right? Because for me, I don't think naturalism itself has a mechanism to give us an answer to that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, because it's just saying, well, the natural world is all that exists. So I've said constantly that you need to adopt a moral, ethical framework, for example, humanism, on top of that. The same as the physicalism is an addition to naturalism, because naturalism has a very, very small subset of like what it is, kind of like atheism. Atheism is just, I hate it when people say it's a worldview. It's not a worldview. It can guide or interpret. You can interpret a worldview maybe through atheism, but it's not an actual worldview. It's not giving you everything that
it's a subset. It's a subset of full worldview.
Byproduct. Yeah. I call it a byproduct. But anyway,
one badly defined criterion. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the same thing with naturalism. It doesn't really give you, morals like moral guidelines. You have to add something on. So you can say, well, we, do as little harm to other people, give them the freedom of choice, driving forces like that. But if you adopt something like, so for example, the UN Declaration of Human Rights, there are 193 countries that have ratified at least one of the 9 articles, or what do they call it? Anyway, the core treaty. Anyway, so. So what you would expect? Okay, so yes, I understand. If everyone was just a naturalist, there's no guarantee that everybody would behave ethically, okay, and behave to the betterment of humans, right? As a whole. Yes, there might be some Nazis, there might be some people that believe in slavery and owning slaves, there might be some people that want to kill whole groups of people. Other people would want to lie, cheat, and steal, and some people would want to drink alcohol, take drugs, and do whatever they want. I understand that. So yeah, I mean, if you don't leave me any option, okay, and you just say, well, on a purely naturalistic framework, I would still have to say that people at their core are generally still going to be good people, and we still have some form of social contract. And even if you didn't have humanism or the UN Declaration of Human Rights to guide you, you're still going to have, if you don't have any kind of police system or justice system where people who are acting against the laws of the country, whatever that might be, then yeah, it's just going to be,
Yeah, but I think what you said is interesting because it from our perspective, it basically takes the fitra for granted. That innate goodness is exactly this, something that's been granted and given as part of the way we're built. But it can certainly be, and this is the question. Islam is supposed to nourish and grow it and harness it, whereas other alternatives are going to diminish it and tear it apart and point or not fully apart, but point it in the wrong kind of directions. And so oh, go on. Was it a short thing, or do you see what I mean?
I agree. But one thing that I'll want to add is a lot of people come and they say, well, what's stopping you from raping and killing people and going, drinking alcohol and doing drugs and just going crazy? Well, how I grew up. Okay, and yes, I grew up in a Christian family, but I'm raising my children in an atheistic family. Okay, unfortunately, I still send them to a Christian school because I don't have an option. Okay, but I'm still instilling them with good morals, and it's all comes down to how you grew up. Everything comes down to how you grew up, how you treat other people. Would the golden rule? It doesn't come from. I mean, the golden rule has been in humanity since the dawn of time. I mean, even freaking chimps have the golden rule. It's just that's just like almost a given for. If we don't do that, we basically just going to wipe ourselves out, right? I mean, we survived as
Again, that. No, I would have to disagree with that, because you cannot say that Germany in the 30s, nobody was growing up with the golden. Germany in the 30s, nobody growing up with the golden rule. They were following the golden rule. That was still how they would deal with things. But they ended up doing a lot of things which you would not agree with. The point here is, right, it's not about just this simple matter of these guiding principles being there, right? What is essential is how they come into, or how they get accepted in a society. And at times it doesn't necessarily have to be the whole society as a whole following this. Sometimes a society going astray is about the one person at the top making that decision, and people just follow through, right? Because are you telling me that all of Germans, every German who was doing that, was actually an evil individual? They didn't value their families. They didn't value human life, right?
I think some of them were, definitely. I mean, all those concentration camps, yes.
No, but the thing is that comes from the mind can be manipulated. This is the thing, unless it has the ideal system itself bakes stuff in, right? So I think this is really
the other thing is that the culmination of that was decades before. I mean, even from World War I, reparations that they could just absolutely never ever pay for again, basically.
Because like I said, they were in a massive Mexican standoff to eliminate each other, and Germany was the one who produced the technology but didn't have enough land to grow food on, and then they got stiffed over on a whole bunch of deals and stuff, and they ended up feeling that the only thing they could do to survive was to steal a bunch of fertile soil. So there's, but it's not to make excuses for a lot of stuff that came with the consequences. But the point is that if you have this sort of self-directed thing, so you're not taking God-given laws, but you're self-directed, making your own laws based on your own justifications, it can go horribly wrong super quick, right? I mean, that's kind of obvious. And so I think one of the key things, I mean, even the system of human rights, it's taken it just minutes to be weaponized by people, used politically, used to justify attacking various groups and so on, bombing and this sort of stuff. So, I mean, essentially, it's like, how many experiments are you going to do with, there's millions of people they need to be sacrificed. Their whole life needs to be led, and you see what the consequences are. Do an experiment with some system of rules or some way of running a society, and then you've got to how many experiments until you check whether or not it is actually better than running under, for example, the Islamic paradigm. Like, one generation wouldn't be enough. 10 generations, 1,000 like. Is anyone even doing that experiment, or is it just an axiom that like whatever people feel has developed better from the previous generation they inherited from is what's best? Like, how does it work under the naturalism plus?
I think generally they're looking at quality of life, whatever those. There's studies of what are the best, which countries have the highest standard of living and quality of life, the most amount of happiness, etc., etc. And those countries tend to be more secular and more humanistic countries. So, for example,
how do
Sweden, Norway, the Denmark.
It's interesting how statistics are interpreted, though, because those countries also tend to be the net inheritors of the times of destruction and pillage of the rest of the world. And so they're in a very rich, nice position, and basically living the easy life compared to the other people. Yeah,
they're the what?
The inheritors of the riches from having destroyed or pillaged the rest of the world.
Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark.
Yeah,
how?
Not heard of the Vikings?
Yeah, I mean, okay, the Vikings, but it's like that's like 1,000 years ago.
Well, no, it's not. Well, but once the wealth built up, then there's something. Then you end up having their tribes and stuff. Then you ended up having a lot of trade with the rest of the Europeans and so on, right? And this is part of how they ended up staying really wealthy. And again, the central hub of Europe, it's literally just pillaging and bringing in wealth, and then that wealth is traded with the other more minor countries. But the whole European lot, and the rest of the so-called West that's been seeded from it, it's all sucking in huge amounts of wealth and ease while causing massive war on everyone else. That's what's made it better off. And so these countries might have certain markers that say, oh yeah, they're healthier and happier or whatever. But my point is that you can't attribute that to their moral or ethical system, because they're just straight up richer for various historical reasons. They just have tons more resources. It's not because they're smarter or more intelligent. They just had like this way better hand for a very long period of time. And this is the thing. Like, take for example, look how much society started to fall apart when they ran out of toilet paper and COVID. It was diabolical, right? I think I imagine the more secular societies, if it ever came to be that they got bombed as much as they've been bombing everyone else for the last 100 years or so, or even the last 60 years, I can't imagine it holding together at all. I can't imagine any of it holding together. I think it would be a post-apocalyptic landscape very quickly.
So I'm just looking at this, the race to be the world's richest country or territory. It's got a nice little animation here. Richest countries in the world, GDP per capita: Luxembourg, Macau, Ireland, Singapore, Qatar, UAE, Switzerland. So Finland and Norway, and they're classified as I think the happiest,
but they were never in war,
the highest quality of life, and they're not the richest.
GDP per capita is not an accurate or reasonable proxy for what I was saying.
I mean, well, what else do you have to?
But just if you don't have a good enough number, you don't just substitute in one that isn't good, right?
Here's a question.
GDP per capita.
This is interesting. This is a big problem that we often have, where if you don't have good enough data, it's better not to come to conclusions. But
so you have Qatar number 5, UAE number 6, okay, ahead of Norway, Denmark, etc. Those countries are classified as higher standard, higher quality of life.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that.
This is a huge problem trying to correlate those. Like GPT, it doesn't say anything about distribution. How is that
Yeah,
GDP
I understand.
distributed?
Yeah.
It doesn't
agree.
tell you anything about whether or not that money is focused more on industry and regrowth of that stuff, or whether it's focused on looking after the population and so on. But also, it doesn't tell you this relative history of ease and all these other sort of factors as to whether or not people are in the middle of being bombed to pieces all the time, or whether they're safe from it. Because that's this factor I'm talking about. Like, it's easy to be stable and nice and lead a good life, and people report they're happy when you're not being bombed and savaged constantly or under threat of it.
How is Qatar being bombed? How is UAE being bombed?
No, but they're not. But they're relatively happy. They're relatively well off and relatively happy. Yeah,
and we're pointing out that those indicators are not necessarily the best indicators for what you're what we're questioning here, right? Think about the thing
about stability and structure of society.
Which country has the most stable marriages? Which country has the most stable family structures? Which country has the least amount of abortions and those type of things, right? Are we actually counting them as part of this analysis?
See, evolutionary measure. Which one?
There are. You need to realize that there are certain presuppositions that are going into the data that is being collected, and how the data is being interpreted, right? So when you need to understand those and see whether or not those are valid indicators of what you consider as happiness, or what you consider as affluence or opulence.
And this, I think this is part of the thing.
I dropped into the private chat what quality of life they're measuring. Beyond the essential ideas of broad access to food, housing, quality of education, healthcare, and employment, quality of life also may include intangibles such as job security, political stability, individual freedom, and environmental quality.
Yeah.
Through all phases of life, these countries are seen as treated their citizens well. Denmark, Sweden, Switzerland, Norway, top 4, Canada, Finland, and then Germany.
What about
UAE and Qatar are 27 and 28.
What about family stability? The stability of a family unit. What about that?
Yeah, but hang on a minute. On those measures as well, what's being measured and why? Like, they would, they, for example, have this pre-baked notion of equality. I think that's one of those things that goes into that quality of life factor, if I remember correctly. But either way, again, every one of the countries that you listed has a history of basically usurping off the world one way or another, either directly or very little indirectly. But the main point is, you can't take a country that is everything's going quite nicely for it and then just decide that that's because of its framework or how it's running. That it's because of its we went before, we're saying that there's Muslim countries that are running terribly, that we didn't think are doing the right thing with tons of money. There are Muslim countries that have no money, but somehow they're still standing up and getting on, pretty well. It's not that there's a direct correlation. We've kind of gone off track of what we're trying to say. Like, because the point was supposed to be that there's inherent stability and protection built into the Islamic system, such that even when you're being bombed to smithereens, humanity still holds together quite well and comes out the other end of it pretty well.
But there's also many restrictions on freedom of speech, restrictions on religion. I'm going to say no. Any restrictions on freedoms that do not necessarily have a negative impact on if I want to be an atheist, okay, and I'm living in an Islamic country, and I mean, why can I not be? Why can somebody not leave Islam?
Why can somebody not leave Islam? You've asked this question, and we actually talked about it before as well. This is to do with now. Let me ask you.
I understand. So I remember your answer, and I'll try and steelman your position. Don't you think that these people will be disruptive to society? Okay, is that your basic argument or your basic response?
If that individual wants to leave Islam, keep it to themselves within their house, they can live as well, just as well as they were living before leaving Islam. Right?
Okay.
It is,
So if they make a website and they promote atheism on their website, then
that's where they're disrupting the society, and that's where they'll have to.
So they have to die for that.
No, they have to account for the rules of that society. They will have to. They'll be held accountable to the laws of the society. All right. Now, here's the question, Nate. It is not. It's not like this particular situation is unique to Islam or unique to the Islamic law. This is universal across the board. Every country that has a law has this sort of setup. Oh, SMK is here. I'm actually going to bring him up. But every sort of country has some taboos. Right? In the US, they're actually finding out that talking about a particular country in the Middle East and saying anything wrong about them is a problem.
Yeah, but do you get the death penalty for that? That's the difference. That's the extreme.
If you allow some of the politicians to get their way, you will definitely get the death penalty, right?
Assalamu alaikum
Walaikum assalam, Akhi. How are you doing?
Okay, so I was half asleep. I heard this. And I was like, no, hold on. I need to jump on. How you doing, Brother Islam, Brother Faisal?
Alhamdulillah. I'm actually really tired and thought I was going to stop the stream already.
I wanted to go like half an hour ago.
All right.
I had like 6-hour stream, and I was like half dozing, about to fall asleep, and I was like, no, wait, hold on. I need to come on. Okay, Nate, how you doing? You good?
Yeah, I'm cool, man.
Okay, what you're
having
saying
an
is
awesome conversation with very, very good company here.
Usually you do. You know, I have to give you your credit. You track a conversation very well and you follow it rather well. But unfortunately, you've made a bit of a false equivocation here. Okay, to say that apostating from Islam is equal to the death penalty, that's grossly incorrect. Because if you follow the jurisprudence of Islam and you follow the Sharia of Islam, first of all, the requirements that make you or put you under the category of apostate, there are a number of requirements that you have to fulfill to fall into that category. And once you do fall into that category, okay, according to the jurisprudence of Islam, there are a number of measures that come before saying that this apostasy equals death. No. Because again, the first thing you're doing is you're what you have to understand is not law. It's not purely that you're talking about jurisprudence. You're talking about the land. There is no separation of church and state in Sharia. You are actively acting against the state by openly apostatizing. Okay? Secondly, it is up to the imam of the area. After an imam and a fuqaha, not just an imam. You have to understand there's a distinction here. A fuqaha is someone who is someone who has spent years and years and years learning, understanding Islamic jurisprudence and is completely aware of the jurisprudence and the moral laws laid down in the Quran and the Sunnah. And then it is up to him as a very specified ruling how he wishes to proceed with the matter.
So it's subjective.
Yes, absolutely. So this is a very gross.
It's not absolutely subjective.
No, not absolutely.
It sounds very subjective.
No, they're right. This is just how subjective any other law system would be. If you're going to tell me that in a courtroom, right, everything is completely objective, I'm actually going to question that. It is subjective. It depends on the decision of the judge. It depends upon the decision of the jurors, right? So you cannot claim that there's any flaw in the system. This is equally as good as any other system out there.
I mean, ultimately, if you have a judge, there's an element of subjectivity, and it's important.
The thing is, you have the option. This imam or whoever is this judge has the option of beheading or hanging or whatever it is.
So
murder.
Do you have a problem with capital punishment itself? Is that the reason why you're bringing this up?
Yes, generally, yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting. 'Cause what about imprisoning someone for 20 years, 30 years?
Yeah, I mean, if the yeah, not a problem.
Well, because
I got a problem with
interesting.
capital punishment. Wait. I got a problem with capital punishment for religious view. If you want to be a Muslim, if you want to be anti-natalist, or if you want to
I understand. I appreciate that.
But the problem with capital punishment for religious view, okay, that's what I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with capital punishment if you find a serial killer that killed 20 people.
No, I get it. I get it. You've clarified that before. It wasn't where I'm going. What the thing I'm trying to point out, though, is, as SMK said, is what about you're viewing it as for taking a religious view, but as Faisal said, it's not just taking the view; it's actively trying to proselytize this and so on, and essentially disrupt the society. Now, in the way that society is running and working under this rubric, under this paradigm, and this only applies when the whole society runs this way, they are committing treason. They're committing a very, very serious treason, which affects everybody at the foundational level. So it'd be the maximum kind of treason you would expect to be applied in pretty much any other country from that view. So taking it as a view, like, I understand why from a normal, secular viewpoint, it's just like, hey, it's just like he said this instead of saying that. So why does that one have a bad consequence? But that's not the case here. Not if you've taken a lot of the elements that SMK was pointing to and the points that Faisal was making regarding this being viewed as a fundamentally destabling act of high treason. And that's what it is in terms of that's not just de jure, that's de facto what would be happening in that case under the whole set of criteria by which it applies.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You put that so beautifully, brother Islam. You put that so beautifully.
The point here is, Nate,
I don't think we can keep more points with
but I do want to end. I do want to
wrap up the points now.
I do want to end with this, right? So when you make that claim that this is not right, this is right, what are you comparing it to, and what is the basis of wherever you're coming from? Because that's a question you would see a lot of Muslims actually ask you when you
human flourishing and freedom to worship and believe what you want.
Okay, but this person is disrupting the society.
Okay,
this person
because the state, because you don't have separation of church and state.
Yeah.
So I understand from that perspective, and if you tie that into what Islam Hakim said, that it's seen as a terrorist,
that's not quite my words.
But
I'll give you that.
Part of terror.
Anarchist. Anarchist is probably the best word to use in this particular case, right?
No, it was treason.
Treason. Sorry, not terrorist. Yeah. Treason. Yeah.
Treason. Yes. Treason is actually.
Yeah. Then I understand. I just still don't agree with it. But anyway.
I wouldn't expect you to. Certainly not with
again your framework.
Yeah.
It comes down to your framework, right?
Yeah.
But then you need to appreciate that it makes sense in this framework.
No, sure.
You have to give that, right? That it makes sense in this framework, and it is actually right. It is actually the right thing to do in this particular framework that we're in.
I mean, you don't know if that person's going to change. You don't know how many people that's affecting. I mean,
you can
when you say right,
subjective things.
Yeah, we're not in a position to make a right or wrong question, with such different frameworks being viewed. But you can see how it's consistent with the framework and makes sense in the framework. So that's good, I think.
Okay, guys, time to wrap up.
I do have Majid in the back chat.
I've got to go.
Who just wants to debate? Majid in the back chat just wants to debate.
Wants to debate.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm of the opinion that we want to debate
Nah.
here. So Majid, if you want to come back as a mystic, come back on Sunday. On our Sunday streams, we actually ask different individuals to come and have a conversation with us. Today, the stream is specifically about atheism, and since you are not an atheist, you've actually accepted that. I wouldn't want to bring you up and ask you questions about your worldview which you do not ascribe to, and you trying to be someone else and wasting our time and debating us as an atheist, which he wants to do.
But I also I'm here for Dawa, which is about clarifying and having conversations and making connections and building understanding bridges and so on. Debating is a low grade 2-bit attempt at trying to do that kind of stuff. It is like a proto hominid dragging their knuckles across the philosophical landscape. It is not what people who actually want to reach understanding, connection, or anything of value would engage in.
I agree.
So it's not something that I'm going to want to waste my time with, that's for sure.
What about the chest thumping? There's also some chest thumping in there as well.
Oh, chest thumping, yeah, that's really going to entice me to enter an intellectual battle of wits.
Subhanallah. So yeah, I agree. I couldn't have put that better.
Here's the thing. Long story short, when it comes to these matters, we can get you in touch with people who are really good debaters, and we can set up a debate for you if you want to do that. Right? Let us know. If you're really interested in something like that, just leave your email address. We'll contact you. If you want to debate, we'll set up a debate setting. This is not a debate. We're not doing a debate. With Nate, when he was here, we weren't debating with him. Right? Yes, we were asking him questions. We were trying to understand his position and trying to clarify our position. And that was the extent of what this was. All right? Yes. So, yeah. With that, I think
even when he says debate, you're going to have to be very respectful, not like you were in the private chat. Like, don't think that it means you have a toxic punch bag. When he talks about debate, he means a proper civil dialogue where you exchange points in a rational manner.
Yeah, in a proper debate setting. We're not going to just allow you to do that in an unregulated format. Okay, so last thoughts before we wrap up.
Thank you very much, guys. It's been awesome. I know it's been very long and people are probably cursing me, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope at least somebody got something out of it to understand at least one naturalist's point of view. And thank you very much for the conversation. You've been very cordial. I hope I've at least been respectful as well as much as what I can. And thank you very much for your time, guys. It's been awesome.
Yeah. Oh, it's good.
And just one thing before
we need a timer next time.
Very short. Don't think that if you go and live in an Islamic country, right, you're going to be attacked from all over. Nobody's going to care, right? Nobody's going to come and ask you, oh, are you an atheist? And then people are going to be after you or something, right? You're perfectly, actually more safe in some of these Islamic countries like Qatar, Dubai. Do you think atheists are not living in Dubai, in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, right? In these countries, they are.
In Malaysia,
they're thriving as well, right? It's false information being given to you, and it's a means of control to keep you from understanding different people, right? Okay, that was it from my end.
Can I just say one thing after hearing Brother Nate on multiple platforms?
Yeah.
Sometimes saying the same thing in multiple different ways. So I'm just going to take what Brother Islam said to you, and which was very interestingly put. Please do the software upgrade. Do the software upgrade so you can run Islam.exe on your operating system. Please just do the software upgrade.
I would love to see that one day, but in order for him to do that of his own free choice, which is very important, he needs to first be able to build the virtual machine, and we'll be working on that.
I have to compile the kernel first.
Yep.
So
cool.
Yeah,
thanks, guys.
That's great. Brother Hakim's bookcase. I don't think you noticed that earlier.
I noticed it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Brother Dudas.
He didn't No one's called Laika. No one's spotted. That's the Soviet space dog.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anything you want to say before we end this?
No, it's usually that the subjects are a bit too subjective for me. So
Yeah.
I don't really want to get into it.
And that was the reason why we separate this stream from the other streams, because we need to go into these type of depths to understand their viewpoint. Because, like you saw, we just with this one individual, this journey is pretty deep. And yes, a number of times we have to correct him that this is what you said a while back, and this is where we stand at this point. But it's always interesting to come to this. SMK, you're heading to see.
Hey, well, if you need me to stick around, I can stick around a little longer.
No. Sure. Go to Steve, Akhi.
Well,
Assalamu alaikum.
We've got to work on that. I haven't forgotten about that slide deck.
Yeah, excellent. And I think it's becoming more and more. The more I listen to you, the more necessary I feel like it is. But inshallah, I'll touch base with you.
Like, it's still contingent.
It is. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
Wa alaikum assalam.
All right. With this, I would just remind everybody that make dua for our brothers and sisters, and do not forget them. Do whatever you can. If you can contribute financially, if you can contribute with your time, with your.
Oh,
I think he accidentally got off stage.
I think that was an accident, or it could have been his laptop suddenly dying.
Yeah,
a little awkward because I don't have to end the stream. Oh wait, I hear him.
Sorry, I know I have to end the stream. So yeah, just make dua and remember that that we cannot forget about what has happened. We should not forget about what has happened. Okay. With this, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa
Assalamu
rahmatullahi wa
alaikum wa
barakatuh.
barakatuh.